And we are live. Hey, Concrete.
Hey, Danny girl, what's good with you, mamas?
Happy Sunday, lady. How are you?
Happy Sunday. I'm good. I'm fantastic. How are you?
Excited, girl. Oh, child, we got a show going on today, honey. What's
Girl,
good? How was your
we got a
weekend?
show. We got a show. I'm excited, but with our guests, I'm I should have took my blood pressure medicine this morning, baby, because they gonna run my pressure up because this topic and our guests, baby, like knowing our guests, like I do at least two of the three. Whew,
Yeah,
I should have
yeah.
said a prayer because
To
I'm gonna need it.
you
I
are
am super.
definitely going to need it. A
Yeah.
concrete. Look at me.
Listen, I'm
Concrete.
laughing. I'm laughing because I feel messy, but
Child,
this
this
is
is
going to be a
definitely
good
gonna be
topic. I
messy.
feel like we're going to have a good show. We have some dope guests that we'll be bringing on in a few minutes, but yeah, a really good topic that we're going to discuss regarding our Black women, the reason that Black men haven't acquired the power that other groups have, because Black women, they're the reason for it all, baby. So, yeah, I am excited to talk about it, child.
Yes, shout out to Alec Hassel. He says
Thank
showing
you.
love from the M Town, Memphis, baby,
Thank you,
Tennessee,
Alec.
honey. Thank
Appreciate you.
you. Yes. I'm excited. I think the topic is messy as hell, but we here.
It is.
It's
It
messy,
is.
child.
I
It
must
is.
say.
It's messy.
I must say. Um, Listen, you ready to bring them on and find out how they're doing? Get off with the pleasantries? Or are we waiting for our other guests to join first? What you want to do?
I think we should bring them up and have a little dialogue with them,
Let's
and
do it.
then yeah, let's bring
Let's
our
do that.
guests. First we have Mr. Goodbread on the stage. Mr. Goodbread was good.
How you doing,
What's
my
good?
sisters? How you doing? I'm great. I'm
Happy
glad to be back.
Sunday.
Good
Glad to
morning.
have you.
Glad to be back, man. I
Great,
spoke
great.
so high. I told my class about you guys, and
Oh, thank you.
we still waiting for you guys to come on over. But I gotta pick that right topic. I need that perfect topic.
Okay.
This is a good topic, man. This is a perfect topic.
Let's go. I love it. I love it. Let me bring on our next guest. Next, we have the Hood Conservative. Conservative, what's going on? Happy Sunday.
One of the ones that's gonna run my pressure up. Hey, Hood Conservative, good morning.
Baby, get ready.
You know we on good terms. I don't know why you be acting like that, Concrete. It's not that bad. But good morning, girls. We're gonna have a good time. I promise. I promise. It's
I
gonna be
think
fun.
so too. What did you throw? I'll ask once we have everybody on, because I definitely want to know what you think about our topic, because
he was already in the comment section.
Well, yeah, Mr. Goodbread already told us about that he likes the topic. So why don't I ask, what do you think about the topic? You ain't tell us that we got a dope topic. Conservative.
Are you asking me? Oh, okay.
Yes.
No. Well, I'm a little bit confused because I feel like I should go back and reread our emails. I feel like you kind of sandbagged me. Yeah, okay, you did sandbag me a little bit.
No, we changed it. I had an idea to talk about something else, and we merged two ideas together, so we kind of came up with this at like yesterday. So it was kind of a last minute change in order to merge the two ideas, but there will still be questions related to the other topic. Trust me, there will still be questions.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I can think on my feet. I think to actually answer the question directly, I would actually say no. It is not the way you frame the question.
Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, hold that. I wanted just to know if you think it's a good topic. What you think about it? Is it messy?
No. Subject matter wise, it's interesting. No, it's an interesting discussion. So I'm not going to run away from it at all. I just, you kind of caught me off guard. But to really deal with the issue, I kind of would say no, because I don't want to like give black women too much credit or even too much blame, rather.
Yeah, hold up. That's why I don't want to get off into the discussion.
Okay.
Damn.
Look, you ready to tell us?
The next guest that I want to bring to the stage is that damn line stepper Roger, honey. The Roger Report. Concrete.
Baby, listen. Let me go take a pill, baby. I don't know if I need a Tylenol or what's the
go get you a shot.
What's the pills that they drink the whole pill?
It's called a mimosa.
Like it's like a crushed up pill, look like Coke or something. Like I'm like something strong because Roger and Hood Conservative, baby.
I want to welcome my brother, the Roger Report. Long live the habitual. The habitual. Mean it's a habit. It's gonna happen. Roger, what's going on, brother? It's a lot.
Hello, ladies. Hello. I don't know what all the hubbub is about. I really don't get it. I just came here to have a little conversation and exchange smiles or I don't know what the big deal is. It's just gonna be a nice conversation as far as I know. So I don't know why you taking anything, but I didn't send other women to the hospital before. I will tell you that.
Whatever. Anyway,
I'm scared to ask why, but
anyway, don't ask. Don't ask no questions. Maybe don't ask no questions you don't want the answer
to. That's a good point, Concrete. That is a good point. Shout out to our brother Rogish, the build a monger up in the building.
Hey, Rogish.
Shout out to you. Now, Rogish would have been a great addition to this panel.
He would have.
Rogish, hit our email if you want to get on.
He said he at the gig, so I don't know if he could join, but he definitely would.
Okay. Rogish is at the gig, but shout out to you. This is going to be a great topic. Concrete, why don't you get us started and let's get off? And first, let's let everybody introduce themselves. Goodbread, we'll start with you.
Absolutely.
Give us the introduction and tell us about your channel.
My name is Mr. Goodbread, and I talk about personal growth and development, self-development, and I also do the biblical red pills perspective on my channel. So, we really talk about red pill, not the fruit punch pill that you hear in the manosphere, throughout the manosphere, where it got a little bit of truth, but a whole lot of entertainment and bullshit. I don't bullshit. Like, if you want the brutally honest truth, then you get on over there to my channel and you rock out and you get some truth. And that's what it is.
Okay. And Hood Conservative, why don't you give us an introduction and tell us about your channel?
Well, I think a lot of people around these parts are familiar with me, but my channel, the full title of my channel used to be The Hood Conservative Culture and Politics Review, but I just dropped the second half. But that's basically what I get into, Black culture and Black politics, and with a particular eye on how Black women operate in Black culture and especially in Black politics. So that's like the majority of what I do on my channel. And underneath it all, I cover all kind of other subjects, outside of just Black culture, by the way. But still, the main line is I try to make, I try to take everything with a light heart and have laughs. And so we wind up talking about some dark stuff sometime and still crack up laughing at it. So that's kind of what we do on my channel.
Okay. And my brother, the Roger Report, tell us about your channel.
Well, my channel is basically just a place for intelligent Black folks together to figure out how to actually make the world a better place. And, with what you can already do and what's already there before us, we can actually make the world a better place. I know a lot of people think we can't, but if you think about things in a different way, you will be able to. You just got to figure out how. So I just give a lot of great ideas on how to make this world be a better place for us. I know a lot of folks concerned about other people. I think they got enough concern. I'm worried about us, our world being a better place, not everybody else's.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. I have dropped everybody's link in the chats. Moderators, if you could, please repost their links throughout the broadcast so they can also benefit from actually coming on, so you guys can also go and subscribe to them. I'm sure if you don't it's gonna be one person on here that you're gonna love if you don't love all of them. It's guaranteed you're gonna love somebody from here. So definitely go and subscribe to these guys. They're all great content creators, and we love
for sure.
So, yeah,
for
Concrete,
sure.
why don't you get us started?
So I'm just gonna jump right off into it. I'm gonna do things a little bit differently with this topic because I feel like we have to get to the heart of it in order for me to be able to get off into some of the things that I want to get off into. So, I'm not going to delay the obvious. I'm going to just come right on out and ask, are Black women the reason that Black women or that Black men haven't acquired the power that other groups have? And Mr. Goodbread, we're going to start with you.
Okay, well, Dag, let's get it. No. Answer straight off the rip, no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. And I say no because we choose to mess with these raggedy chicks, man. And it's the raggedy ones that's pulling us down. Everything is a choice. Poverty is a choice. Everything that we do is a choice and a decision that we make. You know what I mean? We know the real truth. The real truth is that we need to go to God. We need to put God first. Ain't no woman. It's not a woman fault that we don't choose our creator. It ain't a woman fault. It's not her fault that we don't choose God. We had to choose God before a woman could choose us. That's how it worked in that order. So it's not a woman's fault that we thirsty. Y'all know me, man. I tell y'all all the time, 80% is 80%. America's the most abundant resource, natural resource is these 80% simps and thirsty dudes, bro. It's them. And unfortunately, they raised by the 80% of Lilith women in our environment. The hell of a mothers. We attack them. We don't let them off the hook because somebody raised those 80% of dudes. But unfortunately, that's where we at right now. We at 80% of dudes. That's hell of a, and they feed and they give the power to the women. So how the fuck can a woman get any power if the man not give it to him? Men, we are the Carnage. You know what I mean? We the Carnage. Coochie not powerful unless we give it Carnage. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goodbread. That's interesting. Okay. I'm not gonna. I've already surmised what. I already have expectations of how I, think this conversation is going to go. So let's see if it goes how I have it played out in my head or not. Okay, who's conservative? Are Black women the reason that Black men haven't acquired the power that other groups have?
Okay, now is the time for me to totally reject the premise of the question and reshape it into how I actually see the problem. Because again, I don't want to put it all on Black women. As much as I would like to, I don't want to blame Black women for all of the community's failures. But the problem is that when you talk about a community, it's all of us, right? We're in it together. We both suck equally together. We are at the bottom together. And the problem is that we've been talking for decades about how Black men have failed the community and the ways that Black men have fallen short. And so what I want to ask is, what is Black women's responsibility in the community's failure? I'm not saying it's all on Black women, but a lot of what I do, and I think a lot of what we do on, I don't know this the first gentleman speaking, so I can't speak for his channel, but I know Roger in his own way. A lot of what he does on his channel, just like mine, is examine just how Black women have failed the community. So it's not that it's all your fault, but there are things that Black women are essentially walking away from blamelessly. And that is a big problem if you want to get to how can we fix the community.
Can I jump right in real quick?
Hold on real quick, Mr. Goodbread, because I actually want to add, because we're just getting off into it and we have so many questions to cover. I do think that that's a good question. And I just wrote that down and added that to my list of questions. I don't want the conversation to go somewhere else just this early on. So I'm adding that to my list of questions and we're going to circle back to that. But I have to say that I'm a little bit taken aback by Conservative's response in a good way. So I don't want to answer that just yet, but I do think that is a very fair question and it's a good question. And I do want to explore that, but I want to hold off on presenting it to the panel. So thank you, Hood Conservative. I want to get Roger's response and then we'll move on. Roger, same question to you.
Could you say the question one more time, please?
Sure. Are black
it.
women the reason that black men haven't acquired the power that other groups have?
Well, see, the thing is, I'm looking at it from an American context because everything's different around the world. You know, every place you go, there's different rules, different objectives, different obstacles. From an American standpoint, because I don't claim to be an expert in anybody else's country. At the end of the day, is black women working in tandem with white men and white supremacy and white women. So it's not like they're doing it on their own. They're just doing a lot of stuff that they're helping white people get their goals done. So when you start looking at what they're doing with the help of white people, yeah, there's a lot of problems that they are creating with the help of white people. It ain't them, you know, but white people know how to use them to create damage in the black community. And the thing is, it's about how you see the community. You have an overall black community, true, but in every community, the community is based on who the men are. Women are not really part of a community until they marry into a community. So if you just want to think about it from an overall standpoint, we basically got a group of productive, respectable black men, and the women we marry, the women we take care of, you know, our children until they grow up and leave the house. And then, you know, once you leave the house, we don't know what you are. You know what I'm saying? You could be a white supremacist too. We don't know what you are because unless you're married to a black man, I can't see you as part of my community. And then if you just want to count the rest of black people, you have a single mother community out there that's on a whole different program than what we're on. So at the end of the day, it's to be in the respectable, productive black community, you need a husband who's going to vouch for you. There's got to be some man who's going to vouch for you even before before he becomes your husband. You got to be in a relationship with a man where it's leading toward marriage. And if we haven't married you, you're not a part of our team. And that's how it has worked for every group of people on planet Earth since Earth has been Earth. Anytime you remove a group of men, that community no longer exists. Women think they automatically part of our group. They're not. They have to earn it.
Wow. Okay, that's very interesting, Roger, and more on par with the expectation, what my expected responses from the group. Danny, did you have a follow-up question?
I do have a follow-up question. First, I want to shout out Dane C for the super chat. He says, Danielle and Concrete, thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Dane.
Really appreciate that. Shout out to my baby in the building. Hey, babe. Okay, my question to the panel. Roger, you just said that black women are assisting with white men in white supremacy or helping men with white supremacy
and white women
and white women, right? Would you say that black men also participate in white supremacy?
Yeah, I believe the entire country participates in white supremacy. Black men come off it first because of how we're treated by white supremacy. But if you're a normal person growing up in America, you've been taught to be a white supremacist. The question is how long it's going to take you before you shake it off.
Yeah, but why do you indicate that it's just black women that assist in white
supremacy? I'm not indicating it's just black women. Black women don't really have to shake it off until the day they die. So they're going to participate more than men would. A lot of men are going to eventually branch off in a different direction because of how white supremacy treats them. White supremacists don't really care about black women as far as an obstacle to do anything or to get anything by. They just sick them on black men in different ways.
But so how do you quantify?
White supremacists ain't really worried about it.
But how do you quantify how much help that each has done for white men?
Well, I mean, if you are not married, obviously, and you're 30 years old, you know what I'm saying, which at that point, you just flat out loser at that point. But if you're not married by 30 years old, why are you a loser? And how come no man wants to bring you in to be a support system to him? Obviously, because you care about another group of people more. You're more concerned with white folks winning than you're concerned with your own people winning. That's why men who are productive don't want to be around you.
It's kind of funny that you say that, though, Roger, as it relates to black women participating in white supremacy, when there is a belief that black men are the ones that basically have more privilege than black women in this country. Would you agree that black men hold more privilege than black women and, other minority groups in the country?
Absolutely not. Black men aren't afforded any privilege. in this country.
Okay.
Everything black men get, black men have to go earn it. I don't know of any type of from a collective standpoint. I don't know of anything that was given to black men. Black men have died literally in wars to get everything that we got. We have been to prison to get the things we got. We have had to make all type of sacrifice to get the things we got. I don't know of anything that black men has been given as collective at one particular time in this country, or even before this country started as the country we know it today. I don't know of any of those things.
I would like to ask the women. Yeah, I would like to ask the ladies, what do you think black men have as far as privileges go, or do you believe it's bullshit yourself? Like, how do you?
To be completely honest with you, I had never ever considered black men as being part of a privileged group. I'm just recently, as doing research for the original topic that I had sent you, or the original premise that I had sent you, I had been doing some research, and I saw quite a few videos of women highlighting privilege that they feel black men receive. But I want to play a video where a woman highlights what she meant, or what is meant by, privilege that black men receive. Bear with me for one moment, because I want to make sure that we're on the same page about what we mean when we say privilege. So hold on one second.
Also, can we start with the narrative that black men have as much privilege and are in denial, just like white?
All right, girly pop, I can make this one make sense to you. So nobody thinks that white women and black men have the same amounts of privilege. We all know how white supremacy works and how whiteness trumps all other identities. We see it with Emmett Till. We see it with the lady in New York who called the police on the bird watcher. Like, we see it. We get it. The thing is, black men can both be oppressed and oppressor the same way white women can, but black men and white women deny it in almost the exact same way. Black men say, I couldn't possibly have privilege because I'm black, because I'm victims of these things that are rooted in racism. But they deny the fact that the patriarchy is on their side, which means that they expect things like to be head of household, or that they don't wander around all day thinking about being sexually assaulted. Black men benefit from parts of the patriarchy because they're men. Similarly, white women always say, I couldn't possibly have privilege, I'm a woman, even though their whiteness trumps all. Nobody thinks they have the same amount of privilege, they just deny privilege in the same way, because they're both oppressed and oppressor.
That is very interesting. Before we get a response, I do want to read the super chat. Shout out to Dane C. He says the answer to the question is no. The reason that black men haven't acquired power was always white male jealousy to see the black men succeed, hence the KKK. Dane C, thank you so much for that. Concrete, go ahead.
I wanted to know what you guys' thoughts are as it relates to black men being a privileged group, and if you feel that there are any privileges that black men receive from white male patriarchy, before we respond to your question, Hood Conservative. So what we'll do is we're going to start with Mr. Goodbread, and then we'll work our way back down and ask Mr. or Hood Conservative and the Roger Report. So Mr. Goodbread, first you the same question to you. Do you think that there are any privileges that black men receive from the white male patriarchy that you can think of? And do you have any other comments in response to the video that I just played?
We are not equal, all right? Men and women are not equal, yo. We're not. We're unique. You know what I mean? That we're very unique, both of us. I'm not taking nothing away from what women do that's unique, and I'm not taking nothing away from men that's unique. But clearly, man, God is a man. You know what I mean? The Father is hated in our society, same way God was hated and lied on. So, you know what I mean? Our God is a man, and women just don't like their task. Women don't like our history. Our black women, first of all, they're all indoctrinated off of this white history. Our history is in the Bible, and our history tells us that they were defiant from the jump. And I mean, the women, God strict women to be a helpmeet to man, all right? And the women came down here and they don't want to be the helpmeet to man. So in order for a man to survive, he got to leave the woman alone. He got to leave the woman alone. That's why I'm really trying to answer y'all question, because if we answering the question the right way, are black women the reason that black men haven't acquired the power that other groups have? Then the answer is no. You know what I mean? Because what man need to look for something from a black woman? We don't look for what can a black woman give us? that can acquire the power that we need. We as men have to get the power ourselves. We know that. We know that. If we looking for any man looking for a woman to give them anything, it's crazy.
Okay. Next, I want to hear from Hood Conservative. Hood Conservative, are you there? Hood Conservative. Okay, we'll go with Roger. Sorry about that. Concrete, I actually want you to play that clip one more time.
My bad.
Because Assist was talking super fast. I want to hear that clip one more time, and then I want you to present the same question because she said some stuff that I want to make sure that I actually got down.
Okay, before I do that though, do you guys need it again before I play, or do you guys have your responses? I mean, do you want me to play it before we respond to the question?
You could play it right now, and then we can just respond.
And my ladies, real quick, the lady and the thing, that's jealousy right there. Like, you can't cry. You know what I mean? Women, God created you a woman. That's what he created you. You know what I mean? You got to take that shit up with him. If anything, I tell women all the time, y'all got to go find out where Eve was buried, go over, dig her up, and beat her up. You know what I mean? But stop taking this out on man. It's not man fault.
Okay.
Hold on one second. Let me go ahead and play it.
Also, can we start with the narrative that black men have as much privilege and are in denial, just like white?
All right, girly pop, I can make this one make sense to you. So nobody thinks that white women and black men have the same amounts of privilege. We all know how white supremacy works and how whiteness trumps all other identities. We see it with Emmett Till. We see it with the lady in New York who called the police on the bird watcher. Like, we see it. We get it. The thing is, black men can both be oppressed and oppressor the same way white women can, but black men and white women deny it in almost the exact same way. Black men say, I couldn't possibly have privilege because I'm black, because I'm victims of these things that are rooted in racism. But they deny the fact that the patriarchy is on their side, which means that they expect things like to be head of household, or that they don't wander around all day thinking about being sexually assaulted. Black men benefit from parts of the patriarchy because they're men. Similarly, white women always say, I couldn't possibly have privilege, I'm a woman, even though their whiteness trumps all. Nobody thinks they have the same amount of privilege, they just deny privilege in the same way, because they're both oppressed and oppressor.
Okay. I'm glad you replayed that. I want to get Hood Conservative
and then Roger.
Yeah, this is why I kind of stay away from the woke racial paradigm of things. It's a very convoluted argument. I mean, we are both oppressed and the oppressor. So are we oppressing black women? Is that what's going on here? Y'all oppressed by us, like, still now, y'all, with the single mother rate being what it is, with city
Child
girls
support.
and hot girl summer being what it is, child support coming after niggas everywhere they go. Like, yo, you can't even move up in life with certain situations if you got beef with child support. Like,
absolutely.
But we oppressing y'all. The whole argument is ridiculous, and this is just another one of those things that make the women impossible to deal with. It's not me, sweetie. I promise it's not me. It's you. Like, I know I am an imperfect creature. I have flaws and quirks and foibles, but you're fucked up.
Well, Hood Conservative, I don't know if you answered the question, but I think we understand how you feel about the question. Roger Report, what are your thoughts on the clip, as well as what's your response to the question?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna say, because when you asked, as you did say, white man's patriarchy. Patriarchy was God's idea.
Yes,
it was given to black men.
Preach.
It was given to black men. So I can't even deal with the context of white man's patriarchy.
Right. They play the color game.
Now we can say, hey, you know what I'm saying, a white man patriarchy over in this particular country because white folks
that's what I'm referring to. Do American black men benefit from the white male patriarchy in our society?
Absolutely not, because the goal of the white patriarchy is to make sure the black man has no power. That's what the goal is. So we literally don't benefit anything on on as far as what they do. The only way we benefit, we literally have to go fight a war, or we got to go, have different types of protests in all kinds of ways. We have to fight certain kind of fights, so we get anything that we got. Everything black men got in this country, we literally earned it. Nobody gave us anything. Point blank, period. You know what I'm saying? That's from slavery on up. They literally given us nothing but what we was able to take. Okay, period. We had to create some situation so power can be assigned. So we did that on our own. They didn't give us squat. Okay, giving somebody a gift is giving them something out the kindness of your heart. We have yet to receive anything from the white patriarchy from the kindness of his heart. Period. So that don't even exist. Now, when it comes to the women on here and what they're saying, at the end of the day, you got to separate feelings from facts. She feels like we have privilege. She feels like we're benefiting. Nobody can tell me what the benefit is. I've asked women several times, what is a benefit that black men were given? No one has an answer so far. I don't care how young they are. I don't care how old they are. I don't care how uneducated they are versus how educated they are. Nobody can tell me what somebody gave us as black men. And since ain't nobody gave us anything, then we've earned everything we have. Secondly, when it comes to patriarchy itself, patriarchy ain't just a privilege. It's a bunch of responsibilities that come with patriarchy.
Right.
Meaning I have to take responsibility for everything that goes on under my particular watch. That ain't a privilege. That's a responsibility. Right. Okay. If a woman is not taken care of under patriarchy, it's my fault because I'm the man. Mm-hmm. As long as she's married to me. That's not a privilege. The woman actually received the privilege because she gets to be in a position where I gotta take care of her. Mm-hmm. That's the privilege.
Speak.
Let me read the super chat, and then I also want to give a response. Shout out to brother Eugene Steele. He says, God gave men the attributes to be the dominators of marriage and relationship. It is the ones who choose to abuse those attributes who oppress. My response to her clip was that when she referred to the privileges that men supposedly have, she talked about because they are the head of household and they don't have to walk around thinking about being sexually assaulted.
Right. Right.
And I didn't necessarily understand the logic of that because in one breath, we talk about men not being leaders. Being a leader does require a man to be the head of a household. It requires you to be under a covering of a man. So when she said that, I was like, well, most women, when they talk about men, they want a man that has all this money, that's a businessman that handles business. We want men to be head of household until we want to be the head of household. So then we become single mothers. And then when we talked about walking around being sexually assaulted, I'm not one of those women who walk around thinking about that. I don't have those thoughts generally because I am under the covering of a man. I don't think about that on a regular basis. That's not my thought process. If I go into a bad neighborhood, I don't have any business in bad neighborhoods. And so when I thought about that, and not to say that everybody has the same things that I have, but when you think about some things, it's like, why are you walking around in a steady thought process of thinking that you're going to be hurt or thinking that you're going to be trauma? Everybody's responsible for healing themselves. She's also responsible for that. So I didn't understand her logic in that.
But you know what? Like that's not even. How is that a bad? Like men can't help the fact that they were born as the stronger sex. Like, I don't even see that as a bad thing. Like, like whether or not I think that being realistic, we understand that we are the weaker sex. So to walk around aware, and especially because there is a you know, having a heightened sense of awareness, I don't see anything wrong with that. And we understand that there's an uptick in violence against women. So yeah, you better understand that you could be prey, but how is that men's fault that they're the stronger sex? Like that's a privilege. I mean, if their biology is a privilege, that's their fault. They should be punished for that. Like, I mean, that's a God-given privilege. Talk to the creator about that.
Right. It's kind of similar
it's not a privilege like that, because I'm gonna speak to that because I'm trying to keep my answer somewhat short because I know you got other guys up here and stuff too. But when it comes specifically to being raped, I got to worry about more than women. It's more likely for me to go to prison for a charge that I either did or didn't actually do, and then I got to worry about getting raped on a regular basis. That's actually more of a concern for me than for y'all to just be out in society and then it just randomly happens to y'all. That's more of my concern.
And worry about your life getting taken. Like you're more at risk of your life being taken.
It's
I'm trying to speak to it from a sexual assault. That is just something women say because it sounds good and they want to get people on their side. But truth be told, it is more likely for me to have that happen to me than either one of you ladies on this panel. Period. That's more likely to happen to me than either one.
Wait, what?
About that. I think the statistics show that there are more women that are sexually assaulted than men. And I understand that there's underreporting even in men. But if we say 600,000 men go to prison, I don't know what percentage of those men in prison are assaulted. But then what is it? 4 out of every 10 women are sexually assaulted. There's a pretty high number of women that have been sexually assaulted in their lifetime. Regardless.
Most assaults happen in prison. They literally happen in prison because niggas can't do nothing about it. They there. And they can't leave. They can't go home. They got to be there for the next 10, 15, 20 years, whatever their situation is. That's where most of the assaults happen. It's in prison. So I literally have to worry about it more than y'all.
And guys, it's the narratives that go on. The women have for years have been given these false narratives. This is similar to the wage gap narrative when we know it's not a wage gap, it's an earnings gap. And it's because men, which we can't help it. We can't help that biologically we were given and we were designed to work 60 and 70 hours and women were not. Women were designed to have babies. That's not our fault. So you guys got to take time off of work to maintain the family. That's not our fault. So the fact that they create these narratives to give y'all to pump the women up and have the women believe that we're doing something wrong to them, that the patriarch that God put in place is oppressing them is crazy.
So the biological imperative of men, is that a privilege? Like, is that essentially, are we in agreement that the biological imperative of Black men is one of the privileges that they have? And if it is, I think that we would agree that that's not a privilege that's given or that they benefit from white male patriarchy. That's given by the Creator. You don't think so?
Framing it as a privilege is a problem in and of itself. That's like saying existing is a privilege. Like, I mean, to the extent that we're all alive, like that's the end of your privilege, right? You get to be a woman. That there's privilege in womanhood, is there not?
I agree.
So like, but why should I be at war with the fact that you're a girl and certain things work better for girls? Like it's being at war with reality. Like stop calling it a privilege. It is what it is.
I do have an actual article that highlights some of the privileges that Black men receive, but I wanted to let Danny in there and get any question that she has off first. And we are going to further this conversation about Black male privilege.
How did we even get to this point? You know, I just want to point something out too. And it's weird how the topic of the conversation, the title of the show is, are Black women the reason why Black men don't have what other men have? And now we're going through this rigiculous conversation about Black male goddamn privilege. It's almost prophetic. We are answering the question right now.
We will make our way back. I have multiple questions regarding Black women in their role, but hold on, Hood Conservative. It's a method to the madness. Just hold on.
I'm going to read the super chat. Shout out to RBR Network. He says men and women are partners in relationships. It doesn't mean women are silent and powerless. White lies about their power. Thank you so much for that, RBR. Shout out to Toya the Tutor. Thank you, lady. She says, those women that think anything he can do, she can do better, need to quit the cap. Just go on and claim an alphabet and leave us out of it. Oh, child, an alphabet it is. Thank you so much for that. What I wanted to ask the men on the panel, is white supremacy still an excuse as to why Black men don't have the same powers that other groups have? I'll start with Mr. Goodbread first.
Yeah, our white supremacist is our mother. Our hell of a mother is our oppressor. Hell of a mother is our oppressor. Those are the ones that control us. They touch us first. They touch everything in the Black community first, and we see what they're putting out. We see what they're producing. And nowadays, you can't even rock with the only mess with the woman that got a father figure, because the father figures is sitting up in them cribs, silenced, can't say nothing. So it don't matter now. We got a single mother. We got a hell of a mother problem in our community. Nobody can check them. They are the new oppressor. The Jewish folks, the Jewish media, they can't touch us directly, but they're working. They done link with our women. And that's how they can touch us. This is why, to answer the question and to stick to the topic, are Black women the reason why? They can be, but if you leave them alone, if you leave these bald head bitches alone, bro,
oh my God,
they will not bother you. They cannot stop you. All they gonna do is distract you. So if you want to engage with them, then you'll be distracted, and then you can say, yeah, they distracted me, so you can blame it on the woman. But if you don't let them distract you, you all right. You all right.
okay. Thank you so much for that. Hoodservative, what are your thoughts? Are white people still an excuse as to why Black men don't have the same amount of power?
I honestly don't even operate with the whole white people paradigm. I reject the whole thing from the bottom up. It was never an excuse. And as far as this moment we live in right now, I would argue that this whole white supremacy thing it's a sword and a shield for Black women. Black men are never allowed the crutch of white supremacy. We have never been let off the hook for whatever you call white supremacy. It's either for men, it's always been a do or die proposition. So the argument that somehow we were ever like, when did a Black woman ever look at her man and say, you know what, baby, that white man been kicking your ass and it's okay, I got you. Like that never, that is not
when
a
there was
conversation.
a such thing. No, I think there definitely was a conversation about that.
What, in Selma, Alabama?
But you said, but wait a minute,
any of that now. Even to the degree that may or may not be real, we don't get to claim that now. And that man back then had to bring home money whether or not the white man was getting up on his ass. Like, it doesn't matter whether or not the white man was in his way. That man had to bring money home.
What was happening? We still had to keep a roof over our head. We still had to, despite whether dogs were being sicked on us, people were being spat on or whatever. You still had to feed your family. That was just the reality of it. That's
and the irony. And the irony is, according to like the numbers that people hate to bring up, the Black community was way more of a community back then. So like I totally reject the whole white argument. It's not white people, it's us. We have to stay on our path regardless of what white people did or did not do. So that's part of the reason why I don't like the white supremacy argument. And then also, like I said, what winds up happening is women are forever allowed to hide under the umbrella of being a victim of white supremacy. Men never get that crutch. So I refuse to give you that crutch either.
That's so not true, Hoodservative. I'd vehemently disagree with that. That is so not true. I mean, I'm a conscious Black woman, so I already know that is steeped in every facet of our society. And the thing is, I get that you're conservative, but I feel like that this dichotomy, we can't operate in these extremes. Just like y'all think that conscious people operate in the extreme of the boogeyman of white supremacy, you guys want to just act like it doesn't exist. We have to live in a reality where we can have the conversation and acknowledge that it exists without allowing it to cripple us or use it as a crutch. But we can still be realistic.
Y'all are about to try to convince me that Black men have privilege. Shut up about what doesn't exist.
Yo, listen. All right, listen. Let's go back to white supremacy, right? Now, when you talk about,
I'm just waiting on my turn.
Hold up.
I'm just waiting on my turn.
Now, was Shakina?
Hold on, Mr. Goodbread. Hold on 1 second. I was not trying to convince you. I wanted to have a conversation surrounding it. It was the very first time that I had ever heard those types of things and seen multiple articles, even in the Root, written about it. And I know how y'all feel about the Root, but written by doctors in different facets of psychology and behavioral science and different things, writing these articles about Black male privilege and Black men being the white men of Black people. And I had never I stumbled upon this accidentally and had never even thought about it until I started looking into it. And even still, it's hard for me to conceive because of all of the struggles that Black men have. Like, when I think about privilege, it's difficult for me to conceptualize Black men having privilege because I actually see the struggles that Black men have despite working hard, being degreed, being, being law abiding. So yeah, anyways, I'm actually going to keep it on the path that it's on and ask a follow-up question after everyone has had a chance to answer Danny's question.
Roger, for you, the same question. Is white supremacy, white people, an excuse? Is it a valid excuse for Black men to continue to use these days as far as being held back or not having the same amount of power that Black other races of men have?
Well, the question is ridiculous because an excuse don't mean anything. No, you cannot have a valid excuse in Black America if you're a Black man. Now, you can have a reason. Now, if you actually start looking at reasons, because it ain't just about white people. White supremacy is an ideology, and most Black women have that ideology. Most Black women are white supremacists, and they serve Black men up on a plate to other white supremacists that happen to be white. It's not like Black women aren't white supremacists. If you have a child by a Black man, and then you don't want to raise a child under that Black man's roof that you had a child with, and then you're using the criminal justice system or the family court system to separate that man from his child. Same way they used to do on the plantations. You just didn't have to go through court to do it. But if you were going out of your way to separate a man from his child, you are white supremacist at the end of the day. Point blank, period. There is no woman who loves the Black community who goes out and has a baby by a Black man and then don't want that Black man to raise his own child. You only a white supremacist would do that. Right. This is what it is. So, but that's common amongst Black women. So no, it's not a excuse, but there are actual reasons that when it comes to certain people, women are helping white supremacy, other white supremacists, because they're white supremacists themselves. Their goal is for white people to win. And when you deal with a Black woman who has the goal for white people to win, you're in a bad situation at the end of the day. And men have to learn how to cut those women off. It is what it is. You're going to lose dealing with somebody who wants somebody else to win. There's literally no team who's going to win a championship of any kind. And the members of the team want the other side to win.
But I still think that you are trying to look at Black women as a monolith, and you're still not giving any account to Black men. Hold on, let me finish my question. Let me finish my response. It seems like you say that Black women want white people to win, but you're not giving any credence to the Black men that are also on that side, and it's like you're putting all the responsibility off on Black women. And I'm curious about
what
that.
Black men are kicking Black men out of the home? What Black men are stopping Black men from seeing their kids? Explain this to me.
Can I add something real quick?
That's not don't get me wrong. Let me answer. That's one symptom of, but that's not the whole picture. If you're talking about these Black men also chose to have children with these Black women, all right. So it's like, don't get me wrong. Women are responsible for who they get pregnant by, but men are also responsible for the women that they get pregnant. And you don't ever really give credence to that because you definitely want to put things all up on the women, and I get that. But men also have to take responsibility for who they get pregnant as well.
No, first of all, I am, because I'm talking in collectives. Most Black men either don't have a kid or they got a child with their wife that they're literally married to. That's most Black men. Most Black women have a child. Most Black women have a child with somebody they're not married to. Black women are on a mission to disrupt the Black family. That's their goal, because you can't do it at more than 50% in a society where you're free to make your own choice and it's an accident. No, that's Black women's goal. It is what it is, to disrupt the family, and then you disrupt other things that go out from the family. So I'm dealing with collectives, not monoliths, but the collective of Black women do not want Black men to win, period. And you can see it clearly if you just simply look at their family dynamics.
Yeah, I'm gonna do one better. Let me piggyback off of that.
How can you say that, though, Roger? Like,
let me piggyback off of that real quick.
If we said, though, even related to this, Mr. Goodbread, and then I'm gonna let you go. If we said, like, what is it? 40% of Black women don't have children. And what if we, like, if 30% of the children that are born to Black women are born inside of a marriage, that's still 70%. So you really can't quantify what percentage of Black women, have this stake in destroying the Black family, as you say.
I can. I can. I said it earlier. The fact that y'all are not even married to a Black man. Why are you not married to a Black man? Because you don't want the Black family to win. Period. And then when you do have kids, then when you do have kids, you want to have a child where the man can raise his own children. That's what y'all do as a collective. You either don't want to, you don't have to, you're not married, period. It ain't like it's a majority of y'all. And this is socially voluntary. This is socially voluntary. Just like that woman was saying about oppression in that clip. What Black woman is being oppressed by a Black man if she didn't volunteer to be oppressed?
Roger,
this is what y'all want.
Women aren't in control of being married because Black men are the one who propose marriage. That's not like Black men propose marriage.
No. If you don't become what we're willing to propose to, you've made a statement.
Okay, that's fair. I have no argument for that. Mr. Goodbread, what is your comment real quick before we go on to the next question?
Black women are the new KKK. They are white supremacists. Like we could talk about this topic all day about the dads and the fathers in the home, but we could talk about how Black women are killing each other now. Look at the Shakina. That was white. That was not white supremacy right there. That was Black supremacy right there.
But wait a minute. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish responding because
that was Black.
I want to fight so bad.
Now that sisterhood colorism. Now they pointing the fingers and they talk about the light skinned girl killed her and the black skinned girl. So this is why
you reaching.
I'm not reaching. This is
baby,
women.
your arm is out of the socket right now. That reach is hard. But because this is the thing, even if Black women are killing each other,
killing the hood. Black women are killing the hood. This is why my message is always stay away from them. And if you stay away from them, you will acquire the power that you, just like the other groups. If you stay away from them. But because the women, Black women, are the root of all evil.
What?
They're doing it to each other. They're doing it to the narrative is that hold on. I waited.
Let them go.
I waited. And we can put a percentage on that. Because this is why God told us who can find the rare virtuous woman. So rare means not half. You know what I mean? Not half. Rare is a percentage of the whole. You know what I mean? Half is 50 out of the 100. No, he didn't say half. He said rare. And we all know that there's the Lilith woman that's still out there. That Lilith spirit that think we equal. And we women think any woman that thinks she is equal to man is a Lilith. She got no plans on being submissive to you. She got no plans on building with you. She got no plans on acquiring power with you. And we can put a number on that. That's 80% of Black women in our community. Yeah.
Let me go ahead, Danny, because I want to just move on and ask my question, because this is like if I combat what he says, we'll be stuck here.
Well, no gray area. Hold on. If you're talking about Black women committing crimes against each other, then you also have to talk about Black men committing crimes against each other. And I want to know your thoughts on that, because if you're saying that Black women are the root of all evil because we commit crimes against each other, wouldn't that be the same thing against with men?
On the opposite side, right?
Yeah, because I don't play the word games. That's why I said Black women are not the reason Black men haven't acquired power. The reason Black men haven't acquired power is because we haven't learned how to work with each other yet. Fuck the woman. Damn the woman. Nobody cares about the woman. We have to work with each other. See, so how my argument is still the same and it's gray area removed.
You still didn't answer my question though.
Yeah, we have to learn how to work together. We don't work together. We kill each other.
Yeah, but are Black men the root of all evil?
Because no. Women are the root of all evil. Black men are the fathers. We are the forefather. We are
the fathers of all
fathers.
evil. Are y'all the fathers of the root?
The baby daddies. We are the baby daddies of all evil.
That was a good one. That was a good one. But we ain't taking our friends to Mexico and leaving them there though.
No, but what's going on?
And then
Oh
lying
my
and
God.
eating crab legs. And then lying and eating crab legs about it. We're not doing
it. To make this moving easy, we gotta. When I run across a man who is problematic, 9 times out of 10, he come from a home without a father.
Okay, here y'all go. It always leads back to the black woman.
Yes, the hell of a mother. It always leads to the hell of a mother.
I'm just telling you what it is.
The black woman is the problem with
I'm talking about men. I'm talking about men. Men who are raised in homes where they have to learn to respect men. Number one, they dad. Number two is going to usually be their uncles, and then other men that those men associate with. See, when you grow up with a father, you associate with other men. You as a child learn early you don't get to disrespect other men, nor do you disrespect the women, because now you're disrespecting those men wives. You disrespect the girls because you're disrespecting those men's daughters. You learn a whole lot about respect when you're raised around men. It's men that don't respect other men that become problems to society. Why would you steal from me if you respect me? That's not an issue.
I don't disagree.
It's a nigga that don't respect me that's gonna steal from me.
You know what? I don't disagree with what you're saying, and I will preach a message to women that they need to do better at vetting the men that they lay down with, and please continue preaching messages to brethren that they need to do better at who they drop their seed in, because these women, because like you said, and like Mr. Goodbread has said, these women are the root of all evil, and like you said, they will be to take the children from the men and be problematic when they, do have children with these men. So preach a message to women to be careful.
Which is why most black men don't have children now. No, I'm saying that being the case, that's why most black men don't have children now. The truth about American society is most black men don't trust y'all to have a baby with y'all. Yeah, there's still a group of men who don't know no better and they still doing it. You know what I'm saying? And it comes down to a bad situation. But most of us who have a child with y'all, no, it's not an excuse. It's just most of us who have a child with y'all are actually
offered them an excuse. You said they don't know any better. And
I'm not making them excuse. They shouldn't have did it anyway. They should have talked to somebody who knew better. Point blank, period. At the end of the day,
but the thing is, this is the thing. Hold on. This is the problem that I have with that statement. You'll say, oh, well, they didn't know any better.
Right.
And they're just out here getting conned out of their penises. And, they're just getting conned.
That's not what I'm saying, though. That's not what I'm saying, though.
You said they don't. They.
I'm trying to show you how I don't mean that at all. On your 18th birthday, you don't get an excuse, period. Nothing you don't know is an excuse. If you didn't know, that's your fault because you didn't go learn it. Ain't no excuse after 18. When you were 17 and down, you a child. We can't measure you. I'm not going to measure children, so I measure adults. On your 18th birthday, you're an adult. I don't care what you didn't know. You shouldn't have did it anyway. So at the end of the day, so at the end of the day, because men are looking at reality, things have skewed where most black people have children or either have a wife or there's a small percentage of men who have children with women who are problematic. They exist. It's probably about 3% of them that exist. The CDC estimated around 8%. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, most of us have decided we can't trust y'all with a baby. So we don't give y'all one.
Like you believe that's why men
we're having sex. We're having sex, but not having sex.
There's been studies that show that men aren't having sex like that.
They're not in the. No.
Oh God. So we're gonna
when people talk about me. When people that talk about men that having sex, they're talking about people as a whole. And yes, amongst white people, there's a whole lot of issues going on with younger guys not having sex. In the black community, y'all out here getting it in. Point blank, period.
It's just white men. Black men all having sex. They having all the sex they want. They just don't trust black women to have
Black men from a collective standpoint do not have a sexual issue.
How do you quantify that? Where do you see that study that it's just about white
people? Because black men out here having sex. That's just what it is. What it is.
Black men. You think when is the
last time?
Problems getting tailed too?
Hold on. When is the last time you met a black man who having an issue getting sex?
Man, come on, Roger. It's all in the chat.
I'm just asking. When's the last time you met one that had an issue having sex? No. I mean, her saying that is just like that woman saying that black men are oppressed and being oppressed. That's just a feeling. When have you actually met a man who had an issue getting sex and he was black?
Roger, it happens all the time. They all in your chat.
I'm just asking when you met one. I'm just asking when you met one that you know for sure.
I don't fraternize with black men like that. I'm married. And that's how I talk to them in this space. That's the only time I talk to black men.
Which means you don't know of any.
I know. She may not know of some, but I do.
He know of plenty. He know of plenty.
I know of plenty. I know of plenty of them that are having sex.
Sisters, can we ask y'all a question? Why y'all don't talk to the men, the right men? Why y'all don't talk to
he's on to something. We got this panel.
He's on to something though, because women are you got 80% of women only sleeping with 20% of men.
Y'all lying.
They believe that lie.
No, bro. That is not true. That's about who they're having children with, not who they're sleeping with.
We're not about to do this, and that is a bald-faced lie. You can't quantify that, so don't even put it out there. Anyways, I have a question. So my question is, aside from this narrative that Roger is putting out there about black women and child support, what other ways are black women preventing black men from acquiescing power? And I'm going to ask that question to Mr. Goodbread first and then Hood Conservative. What are some specific ways that black women are standing in the way of black men acquiescing power? We know that we've already said black women aren't the sole reason, that black women aren't the only reason. But if there are any reasons that black women, and it could just be, I could think of some myself, and I am a black woman. So if you can't think of any, that's fine. But I myself can think of some that, black women, ways in which black women are preventing men from acquiescing to power.
But first, before you answer that question, shout out to Toya the Tutor for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Also, shout out to 3000 GT Atlanta for the Cash App. We definitely appreciate you guys, and keep supporting us. We definitely appreciate it. Go ahead, Mr. Goodbread.
All right. I can give you two things that they do. Before I do that, I want to say about the privilege, male privilege. We have no privilege, ladies. Think about it. Our only privilege, our only right in America is to not do something.
Yeah, we got that.
And a privilege is supposed to reward you something, not negate you anything. But our only privilege is to not do something. Every time you hear the story, well, he should have put a condom on. He should have. But you guys get a privilege because in a sexual act, if a baby is born, y'all guys get paid for having that baby, and we get put on child support. So our only right in America is to not do something. That's not a privilege. So we don't have no privilege. But hold on, women nowadays, women need to get rid of social media, and that's something hard for women to do because now they swear to God that they use social media to get on and to make businesses and stuff. And more than half of them, the 80% of them is not using social media for nothing but a dopamine high. That's social media, and you mix in the fact that they need therapy. They need therapy. They getting with our brothers, and they dragging our brothers off of their purpose because they high maintenance. When I say high maintenance, that's not hygienically. They need so much fucking attention. And they need so much, tell me you love me and prove that you don't love her and you love. But this is after they picked the wrong guy. And I mean, mind you, they use social media to show their ass, right? And
then issues because y'all weren't in the house.
Yeah, because we wasn't allowed to be in the house. They got
kicked out for Section 8.
Because women chose assistance over the actual father figure.
No, she did.
She chose Zaddy government.
She chose Zaddy government over. They did. Like I did a show where this woman, the boy was there with her. He was right there. He gave her the ring.
Were black men actually paying more than the government?
Come on, you getting that man off track?
I'm not off track because she know these women take the 80,000. You know these chicks. The government a year give these chicks $80,000 worth of food.
80,000?
Yeah, I did the math, y'all.
80,000.
What?
You know what?
80,000 over an actual man for their father.
Where?
It you know what? It don't matter what the number is.
Ladies. Y'all gotta do
Okay, so Roger, no, we're not gonna stir past the lie.
Research it.
If you see, when you lie,
look.
people stop believing anything that come out your mouth.
Well,
like, don't come
I'm not lying.
Miss George, I'm gonna send you
bro,
the video.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna shoot the video. You did throw a number out there that's hard to substantiate. I don't think that's general knowledge, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make a difference whether the woman gets zero.
Guys, when you add,
bro, just let me say this real quick. Hold on, let me say this real quick.
80,000. Roger, you did interrupt him. You did interrupt him.
No, go ahead. I said go ahead. Try to help him. I tried.
No, you ain't gotta try to help me, bro. I know what I'm talking
about.
Go
ahead,
I do this every day. I do this every day. When that 80,000 makes up of medical, food stamps. You know what I mean? All that's $80,000 worth of benefits.
Send us the information where you quantifying that.
Don't think actual cash. I'm talking overall benefits. $80,000 worth of assistance. They did a special on CBS, CBS.
Lies. Medicare, Medicaid don't even pay nothing. They pay $20 on a $500 service.
I mean, that's the deflection. That's the deflection. That's the deflection,
brother. But this is the thing. It don't make a difference what they got. If you had a child with a man and you're not under that man's roof, so that man can raise his child, it doesn't make a difference what somebody gave you. They could have gave you 80 cents. They could have gave you 80 million. It doesn't actually make a difference. You're wrong because you're not there with that man. So and that child being raised by his father, period. Say it again, Concrete.
I said, you're right. That's why you don't have to lie about the number, because it doesn't matter what the number is. So you don't have to overinflate the number to make a point.
Yeah. She wrong just by her child not being raised by the child's father. She's automatically in the wrong. Period. The money don't matter.
Right.
Okay. Shout out to Queen Unicorn. She says a woman can't put a man out of a house that is his. These men be living off women who rest on zaddy government. Tell the whole motherfucking truth about the issue. Listen.
So she had a baby with a man with no place to live.
Apparently, if he got kicked out the house, she
that's what she's saying. No. What I'm saying is she had a baby with the man who had no place to live. If we don't see the problem in that statement, I don't know when we're going to see it.
Right.
Why would you have a baby with a man who don't have a place to live? She literally just said, she tried to push us off on men. She literally is saying she had a baby with a homeless man. That's what she's saying.
Going to complain and then going to complain about the homeless.
But wait a minute.
Don't complain about the homeless if she's sleeping with them.
Wait a minute. So if black men got kicked out of a house, that means they didn't have anywhere to go. If they were being kicked out and put out of things that they bought, you can't be put out of something that's yours, right?
So they're saying,
exactly.
So no, we're on this, but we're on different sides of the spectrum. If a man moved in with a woman, that means he didn't have anything, right?
Exactly.
So he didn't have shit.
So why lay down with a man who don't have anything?
What I'm saying, if you're gonna have a baby with a homeless man, don't act like that's a societal issue. There's no law in America making a woman have a baby with a homeless man. Just go have a baby with a man with a home. That simple. He can rent a place or he can buy a place. You can do that here in America. Go have a baby with that guy. Don't complain about having a baby with a homeless man.
But you guys are also complaining about the standards that women have.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to deal with men who don't have
No, if they're too dumb to deal with somebody who will do something for them, I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying keep it to yourself.
No, Danny has a point.
I don't care if you're dumb enough to do that.
Real talk though, like real talk, you can't complain about men being kicked out of something that's their own, but at the same time, women also shouldn't have an argument for laying down with a dude who ain't have nothing. Okay. Why are you laying down with somebody, letting him impregnate you, having children with a man who doesn't have, who isn't established, who doesn't have a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out of, who doesn't have a house for you to bring you into? So I understand both sides. There's points being made on both sides.
But we're not going to be able to use the argument that women put men out of the home. That shouldn't even be an argument. You shouldn't be able to be put out of shit because you should be in a position to where you have your own. So
and that proves that black women love the family, doesn't it?
I mean, it proves that black men love the family because, like I said,
No, because when the men have the home, how many times does the mom get thrown out?
Let me answer it. If you loved your family, love means provision. If you were providing for your family, that's love right there. Taking care of
so he
business,
don't
that's
love
love.
Come on.
You
so he doesn't.
You can't possibly love. You guys like to go and get a nut. Hold on. You like to go get a nut. You like to nut up in broads and then complain about what they do and don't do with your children. And then you try to blame them and say that they don't want a family when you could have very well left yourself. She didn't have to. If you own something, she couldn't have put you out of.
Look,
so you love you had sex with a woman that you didn't love. You got her pregnant and you left. That's also
this go by. Remember, part of that 80,000, is rent.
Hold on. Roger was trying to speak. The whole thing is, I'm in agreement. This is stupidity. This is stupidity at the end of the day. If you're having a baby by a man that don't love you in a free society, you stupid. It is what it is. It's the men that would love you who actually have a home. So to me, I'm not pushing back against what the lady's saying, like she don't have some type of point. The first question is, why are you having a baby with a homeless man? Right. At the end of the day, there are men who have homes. Go to one of them, have a baby. So I'm not saying complain that the woman put you out. I ain't worried about homeless men like that. Black men already know what it is. If we don't have our stuff together, we gonna end up dead, in prison, or homeless. That's just what it is for us. We've accepted that. Y'all are trying to create a narrative where there's an argument against that. No, stop having baby by homeless men. That's all I'm saying. She made a dumb statement, because this statement is truly dumb, because she's complaining about a baby with a homeless man. Stop having babies with homeless men.
Listen, point understood. I do want to get the rest of the responses to the question. I agree. Stop having babies with homeless men, and men stop having babies with chicks that's on Section 8 when you ain't got a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out of. Hood server. Well, let Danny read the super chats, and then we'll get the response from Hood Servative to my question, and I'll probably have to repeat it because it's been so long.
Okay, shout out to Big Town Universe. He says a woman can't put a man out of a house that is his. That's a whole goddamn lie. Any man involved in a domestic dispute knows that's a lie. Why are y'all so involved in domestic dispute? Wait a minute. So my question is, were the majority of men that were out of their homes, were they involved in domestic disputes? And if you were involved in a domestic dispute, that tells me you were dealing with a woman.
That shit is a divorce
Hold
tactic.
on, I'm still talking. If you're involved with a woman and you're in a domestic dispute with a woman, that tells me that you're dealing with uncooperative women. Why are you, as a man, dealing with somebody that would have you in such a position anyway?
They're going to say all black women are uncooperative or have the tendency to be uncooperative. You
know the answers to these questions. I don't know why y'all playing stupid like y'all just got here.
Anyway,
hold on. Let me read the next super chat. Shout out to E Taylor 704. They said that's BS. I know men in Washington that's been put out of their houses that they bought and built. The court makes the rules. Thank you so much for that, E Taylor. Shout out to Wizard Kelly. He says Roger report is spot on. Black women's mating choices, child rearing, and social patterns show a concerted effort to undermine Black men's power, even at their own expense. Thank you so much for that, Wizard Kelly. Shout out to Greg. He says, if the woman files for divorce, she can put a man out of his home. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to Queen Unicorn. She says, so if most Black men aren't homeless, why do y'all carry their complaints of homeless men as if it's y'all's reality? Ding, ding, ding. I think we have a winner. Shout out to Queen Unicorn. Hold on. I got one more.
What she said, though, to Queen Unicorn's point, though, although most Black men aren't homeless, the highest rate of homelessness, it affects Black men. So there are a lot of Black homeless men that are, that could potentially be in this situation.
We literally
shout
just
out to
argued
Uncle
against
Stu, old man on the block. He says supporting the stream. Thank you so much to Uncle Stu. Thank you for all the people that are hitting the super chat. We greatly appreciate you guys.
Make sure to hit the like button as well. Appreciate y'all.
Well, I'm saying because y'all said ding, ding, ding. We literally just had an argument against having a baby with homeless men. So she didn't actually make a point. We literally just said, don't do that.
Okay, Roger.
That's literally what we said.
Hold on, because I want to get your response to my question, and I want Hood Conservatives as well. Conservative, do you need me to repeat the question? Because it's been a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm okay, slow and black. You gotta repeat it.
What was oh gosh, where is it? Oh, so what other ways have Black women prevented Black men from acquiescing to powers? Like power, what are some other ways aside from child support? Because Roger did highlight child support.
Yeah. Let's get off that for a second. But still about the children.
What you mean?
No, it does count. No. Let's not fight it out. I want to make this point because it's still about the children in another way. And a lot of it is fundamental to how the children are brought up. Like, and I asked this question to I think Sister George one time on this panel before. Do Black women invest in their own sons' patriarchy? Like,
wait, no, you don't get to change.
Why did you just jump up? I was answering your question.
Wait a minute. When did I say that?
What?
I asked you that question, not that you said it. It was a question I raised to you at one point in the past. But the question, to answer your question, I'm raising the issue here. If Black women are to ask how Black women are against Black men building their competitive culture with other men, I ask you, do Black women invest in their own sons' patriarchy? No, they don't.
Yeah,
so from the jump, do you raise competitors? Do you send the boys out there willing to face the world, or do you send them out there expecting to be saved by mommy every time you fuck up?
This is the question that hold on. Let me respond.
Wait, because I was just highlighting. I didn't know where he was
fight,
going.
Girls, fight. I love when y'all fight.
Asking you a question, so he did answer my question in what he was saying. So thank you, Conservative.
Okay.
Can you answer the question though? Can we explore that?
I'm gonna answer your question. If you are looking for women to do men's jobs, which men rear boys into men make men. Women don't make men make men. So if you're looking for a woman to do a man's job, then I think that's going to be a big point of contention. That's where we're going to fuck up at. Because
I'm not the one said you could be mommy and daddy. That was y'all. That was a whole thing that women came up with. You the mother and the father.
When y'all became homeless and then she put y'all out and then y'all didn't take the children with y'all and then she had to raise the sons, then she did have to play both roles or do as much as she could in playing those roles. She didn't have a choice, but you did have a choice because you could have
not had a baby with a homeless man.
So we oppressed you. This is how y'all being oppressed,
and they perpetuate the son's homelessness themselves too. They put the son out. Let's stop playing. Women put the man out, and they put the son out. So either way you put it, the woman is perpetuating this homelessness.
Facts. You don't want none of them niggas around. Daddy, son, neither one.
None of them around at some point.
But y'all still giving them babies though, right?
But I do want to say this. I want to add something. I do think that Conservative had a very good point. Like as it relates to, I think that is a good response to my question. Like raising competitors is a way that not raising competitors is a way that Black women is preventing Black men from acquiescing to power, because regardless if they're like, even when there's a man in the home, we do know that women do the child rearing, at least, in the first, 1 to 10 years, women are typically responsible for the child rearing. The man may be in the home, or especially if it's a stay-at-home mom, if the father is working long hours and stuff, the mom is typically the person who is, responsible for the training and the teaching and the, molding of the child. So those teaching your child to be competitive in nature, those things will still have to be enforced by mom, even if there is a man in the home. So I do still think that was a pretty good point that I had not thought of. Personally.
It's a good point at all. I think if you, like I said, if you're leaving a woman to do the job of a man, meaning that if the father is out of the home, then the woman is going to do things that are going to be in her best interest. She's going to raise the child to think like a woman. She's going to
That's
raise
her
the child
fault,
to be
Right,
though,
a
sis.
because
woman.
That's
weak
her
She
men
is
fault.
are
going
in
to
your
do
best
That's
whatever.
her
interest.
Hold
fault.
Yeah,
on.
Hold on, let her
yeah.
finish.
Explain it, sister. Explain how weak men are in her best interest. Tell these niggas
Yeah,
what they
I'm
not
gonna
learning
tell
yet.
you exactly how weak men are in her best interest. When y'all are talking about war strategies and art of war, it's like y'all read it, but y'all don't necessarily grasp like the concepts of war. When you're raising and you're building from a
Who's
ground
waging
up,
war on
hold
who?
No,
on.
let her answer.
If you're building war and you're waging war on the opposite sex, or you're waging a war to have power, and you're dealing with children, you're
How is
dealing with
it?
a basic mold, you're dealing with somebody that hasn't really formulated a thought. If you're dealing with a woman and the woman is in that house and she's able to impose her thought process, how she feels about things, she's encouraging a child to be emotional, she's encouraging a child to handle his emotions like a woman. If the father's not in a home, of course that child is going to grow up and also do the job of white supremacy. Then when the fathers aren't in a home and aren't able to teach certain concepts, aren't able to teach competition, aren't able to teach him how to be a man, then y'all look back on the woman and say, okay, well, y'all did this and y'all did that, but then what? Y'all
Okay,
left
and
that all up to the
I'm gonna
woman to
tell you
do.
about the then what. I'm gonna tell you about the then what.
I
At the
also have
end of the
something
day,
as well.
y'all are proving my point. Y'all are going out of y'all way to have these babies by these homeless men who can't teach somebody how to be competitive. They homeless in the first place. So basically the
Right.
argument is go have a baby with a homeless man and have the homeless man teach his children how to be competitive. This is ridiculous to me. This is a whole ridiculous
Stop naming
concept.
the
Go
homeless.
get a man with a
Hold on.
home. Go get a man who can either pay a mortgage or pay a rent. Go get a man with a home, have some kids with that man, and let that man raise his kids without you getting in the way. Point
Hey,
blank, period.
Roger.
This ain't that
Roger,
hard.
let's get to the heart of it. All right, let's put the homeless niggas aside for a second. Let's talk to the facts. The majority of black women can't get with black men who demand to be respected.
Bingo.
Oh, but
You
y'all
know what though? I would like to say I think that even as women, I think that like I said, women are typically the person that is the people that are rearing the children, even when the man is in the home. Like you don't have to. Oh my gosh, I almost said something that was very inappropriate to say on air. You don't have to beify your son, if you could understand what I'm saying, because you're a woman. Like literally, I've been like when you have a like, you don't have to teach your son how to handle his emotions as a woman because you're a woman. Like you can be a logical woman and understand that there is a difference between how a boy should handle his emotions and how a girl should handle their emotions. You can understand that yes, a boy should be able to express their emotions, but there's a difference in how they express or how they should be able to express their emotions and how they should be able to handle conflict and how that young girl should be able to handle conflict. And even if the father who is leading the home is the person who lays out the plan for how the children are reared, the mother is the one who picks up the ball and runs with it. The mother is the one who is typically going to be responsible for, taking those plans and facilitating those plans after the father gives those plans to her. So I do still think that a mother can still raise a competitor. We see women all the time, although they coddle their children in different aspects, and in another aspect, they are extremely gung-ho about their children being competitive. Like these sports, and I'm talking about Black women, extremely involved in the sports competitions of their children. I mean, they are all in as it relates to sports competitions of their children. So when it comes to that one aspect, they understand the need for that child to be competitive. But why don't you understand the need for your child to be competitive in life as a whole?
This is the thing. If you're talking about women don't, to me, a lot of women tend to be short-sighted. While she may be able to get him to compete in sports, competing in sports that doesn't necessarily amass to power and having power and understanding a power structure. When a man is in the home, I think men do have a better concept of power over a whole, power over a household. When women want to lead the household and lead the boys and everything, like I said, she does teach a man to be more like she is. Not saying that women can't be logical. I think women can absolutely be logical, but there are certain things that women lack that men do have, as it relates to a base nature that boys need to learn from men.
No disagreement. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I 100% agree with that. And I think, for those women who, if there are women who do not have, husbands or anything in that, like that in the home, then it is paramount that you have men in your life that pour into your child to substitute not having a man in the home. So I do agree with that, but I say that to say Black women are remiss in not raising boys to be competitive. I strongly, firmly agree with the point that Hood Conservative made. That's it. That's all.
Gotcha. Shout
I'd
out
like to mark
American
this at
Negro
1 hour,
Hot Sauce.
25 minutes. It took this long for y'all to fall back in line.
Hot Sauce, yeah, he's back. Shout out to American Negro. He said it's gonna be all right. Thank you so much for that, American Negro. And a shout out to Man of Tomorrow. Shout out to this brother. He says, get liberal women pregnant, then complain about consequences of feeding yourselves to female nature. Oh, MOT with the smoke.
Well,
shout out to Justin Winfrey. He says Black women are not stopping Black men from getting along with each other, pulling our resources together and building our own institutions. Definitely not in the way. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to Wizard Kelly. He says Black women don't know boys need to read. LOL. But Black men don't know that. Black men should be there too, honey. I don't know. Help me out. Shout out a Man of Tomorrow. He says soft men complain about the consequences of dealing with hard-headed ass women. Post a whole rationalization. Post-talk rationalization game on Fleek. Thank you so much for that, Man of Tomorrow. Hot Sauce, welcome to the conversation. I see you was over there clawing like I'm gonna get these one. What are your thoughts on the conversation thus far?
We skipped Roger.
I know, we just got Hot Sauce in.
I know, I'm talking about on the question that I asked.
Yeah, I just wanted to get Hot Sauce in real quick, Concrete. I got you. Hot Sauce, are you there? How the hell you gonna ask to come up and then ain't got your sound together? Hot Sauce, are you there? Roger, what are your thoughts?
Can you repeat the question again?
Hold on 1 second. Let me open back up my phone. What, aside from child support, what was it? What other ways are Black women preventing Black men from acquiescing to power?
Like, first of all, the major thing is stopping them from raising their own children. No Black man should have a child that he's not raising. The only time in most occasions, if you see a Black man who's not raising his child, there's a Black woman in the way. Point blank, period. She may use the court system in some kind of way to do that, but you rarely will you find a Black man who's just not raising his kid because he don't want to. Now, usually there's some Black woman in the way, and she's doing something. That's why I said they're in links to other people who are non-Black that's involved in white supremacy too. Not to mention that they make up stuff to send men to prison. They Black women have an argument with a guy, then they'll go hurt themselves and then call the police and say, hey, this guy hit me, this guy stabbed me, this guy did X, Y, and Z, just so the man can get arrested, which also sometimes goes along to men losing their jobs. They create all types of problems. You know what I'm saying? Just in the dynamic of that man and that woman. When you lose a job, now you got to go find a new job. And now you got to explain why you lost the last job. And the last thing your new employer want to hear is, yeah, the reason I lost my job because my girlfriend was claiming I stabbed her. That ain't going to go to in a job interview. So they are creating all types of unnecessary situations for men to have to deal with if they would just, you know what I'm saying, in the context of them just trying to be together, which is why you're going to continue to have some men advocate for Black men to stop dealing with Black women altogether, which the brother, what is it, Mr. Goodbread was saying earlier. That's why you're going to have stuff like that. Yep. If you can't deal with a Black woman and make progress in the society, at some point in time, brother just gonna have to choose something else because it's the logical choice. Now, I love black women to death, and I want to see black women win. But at the end of the day, I have to accept and understand that most black women don't want me to win. And if I'm with them, they're gonna do things to make sure I don't win. So I can't mess with most of them. It just is what it is, you know. So there's all types of ways that women do this. I mean, even with black women discouraging men from starting businesses. Now that's something that's more. You can even look at more married people. Black women have an issue when black men have a job. They, you know what I'm saying? He making some decent money. And then he said, well, you know, I want to start a business. And she is going to be the main one to discourage him from starting that business. Why? Because he wants to have a legacy. And she's just thinking about the now. Well, you know, you work for these people and things been working out. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we don't want to disturb what we got going on. We need to be okay. Now, she will look at it as I'm just trying to, you know, do a natural thing about security. But the truth is, she don't believe that that man can compete because she sees white people on one level and she sees black people on another level. And she don't think a black man can compete with white men when it comes to earning money. Just is what it is, you know, but it's just manifest in different ways. So, you know, I'm trying not to be too long-winded, but there's many ways that black women do stuff to disturb what black men could be doing. And if y'all are not going to help us collectively, at some point, we're going to have to break away.
To be completely honest, thank you, Roger, for those points and, you know, for your perspective on that. You know, off the top of my head, just without even thinking deeply about the question, I think just, you know, the refusal to unite with black men, I think that in and of itself, you know, is one of the ways in which black women prevent black men from acquiescing to power. But I also think this carrying the messaging about black men being, you know, toxic, awful partners, ain't ish, all the things. And of course, I know that we'll have people say black men do it too, you know, and yes, that's you know, you have a point in that regard. But my question is in relation to black women's role. And, you know, black women do it. I see it very regularly. And I think that it is prohibiting, it does impact black men's image. Like, it's one thing to, you know, for other groups to view you in a negative light, but, you know, for the people, and like I said, I know people say this on the flip side, you have an argument there too, but, you know, and as it relates to this question, I'm talking about black women in their role. I think that, you know, it's to hear people, the women of your own group, speak so ill about you and talk about how you ain't ish and say such deplorable things about you is something completely and totally different. And it does and will impact, you know, how others see you and their ability to, you know,
Concrete. Let me. Can I make a quick statement? Because I want to say this in more of a terms that some of the other women can understand. Y'all have never really helped black men. Helping a man who is homeless, helping a man who don't have himself together is not actually helping. Helping means the guy's already doing something. That means helping the guy who's already employed. That's who you help. You help the guy who already is trying to get a business off the ground. That's who you help. Black women swear they help black men because they go to men who aren't doing anything and they say, hey, I'm going to help you get a job. I'm going to fill out I'm going to make a resume for you. That's not helping. You help people who are already in the midst of doing something. So I understand black women think they help black men, but most of y'all do not help black men because you're not helping a man who's already in the process of something.
I don't know that I
agree.
Can't.
Yeah, I get
you
that.
Can't help
they
me
manipulate black men.
You can't help me move a couch if I haven't picked it up yet. How you gonna help me move a couch that I haven't picked up?
No, I understand that, Roger. I do think you can't help someone who's not helping themselves. I get it from that perspective. Yes, I agree that you can't help.
Yeah, that's not actual help. But that's what black women lean to when they say they helping black men. If he wasn't doing nothing, that don't count.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you manipulating him.
Danny, were you?
I want you to ask your question one more time because I did have a response. Okay, yeah, ask your question one more time because I do have a response.
What other ways are black women preventing black men from acquiescing to power?
Okay. In all honesty, I don't think women have anything to do with it,
Mm.
period.
Oh.
I think that as like with a power structure, I don't think women are involved. Women are the helpmeets. And I honestly believe that. And I don't care how much power women think that they have. I think women are a helpmeet. I think we are in a patriarchal world, period. When it comes down to power, I think that the things that other men have done to acquiesce power, I think that black men are unwilling to do as a whole.
Mm.
And there's a certain ruthlessness that is required, not anything that you have to think about, ruthlessness and immoral things that have to be done to acquiesce power. And I just don't think that black men are willing to go down that route in
I'm
total.
sorry, you girls keep saying acquiesce when you mean acquire, and it's driving me
Acquire,
crazy.
sorry, damn, David.
Acquiesce is like quitting and giving up and shit.
Acquiesce means
sorry.
I
Thank
thought
you for the correction.
acquiescing is like submitting. What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like yielding to or submitting.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's driving
Okay.
me crazy.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Acquire.
and you know, when it comes to American society, black men are the only men who are supposed to acquire power without their women doing what they tell them to do. Because everybody else is group,
But this is
they
the
do what they
thing.
want. They do what they men
It's
say.
kind of I wasn't done with my statement, and
Okay,
being
go
that
ahead.
you
Go
just
ahead,
said
sis.
that, I almost think it's like the chicken or the what came first, the chicken or the egg. If a man is in power, a woman doesn't have any choice. And I think when it comes down to giving women choices, you give a woman an option whether or not she wants to do what you said. But if you have power, a woman has to do what you say because you have power. If you're not in power, you don't really have the option to tell a woman. You're actually giving a woman an option as to whether or not she wants to listen to you or she doesn't, and that's the difference.
No, that's not true because there's a word called rebellion. People have always rebelled to people in power. The thing is, it's about what you want as an individual. Do you want to win? And if you want to win, you're going to do according to what the game plan is for your side to win. Black women don't want black men to win. Black women want white men to win. That's just what it is. But nobody wants to admit it because it don't sound good. It's not
But you
politically
know
correct.
why, though,
Black
Robert?
women, black women's personal choices are aligned with white men winning.
You know why? Because black
Because
women.
why don't matter? Why don't
Well,
even
I'm
matter?
still going to express why. You may not want to know, but black women do feel that black men want to oppress them in the same way that white men oppress them. That black men have been oppressed for so long that they want to put their foot on black women's necks, that they essentially want to subjugate them in the same way. So they feel like,
And
it
that's
would
why
be.
y'all raise y'all boys the way y'all do, revenge.
And that's what white men told them.
Oh my gosh.
Which again proves they want white
The,
men to
rev-
win.
the revenge parenting method explained by Concrete Rose. Thank you.
No, because I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. I don't know. It's kind of like, they feel like I'm exchanging serving a white master for, I would be exchanging serving a white master for serving a black master. That black men essentially want to do what white men are doing. And some of the talking points that you hear in the space about black men wanting women from these third world nations who submit, who know their place, who talk back, they kind of, solidify or will kind of speak to some of the beliefs that these women have, that men just want to subjugate women, that men want power so that they can subjugate women.
No. Women don't like
Obedience
to
is
acknowledge
sexy.
this. But yeah. With men, power comes with women's subjugation. That women subjugate themselves to powerful men. So I resent this. Like, this is a weird mind game you're trying to play, as if you aren't, you don't get wet by a man who can force you to his will. The fact that he can force you to do it wettens you. It just does.
Wait a minute.
So
I'm not
the idea.
This was research that I did for the topic that we were previously going to do. So I am literally iterating the information from the research that I did. This is not how I feel. I'm literally repeating what
it's not you personally.
Research.
It's not you personally, but the argument doesn't change my point. I mean, my point doesn't change. It's not you personally, but this idea that somehow, men. First of all, let's start at the beginning with this. Subjugate you like a white man. I want for black men
Can I say
to.
one sentence real quick? Well, let me say one thing real quick. Even with everything she just read, in no way did that say that black women didn't want white men to win. It literally said they want white men to win. But go ahead, brother.
No, and then I'm still feeding into that idea because what I want ultimately as a black man is for you to respect me like you respect that white man. And that breaks your heart to have to do that. You'll rather die. You'll jump in front of a train. You'll kill your own children before you have to do that most of the time. And that is ultimately the problem. You refuse. You will give all your admiration and respect to this white man who you may never actually encounter in life, but the man who you have children with, you will fight him to the bloody end over nothing.
Should women not respect power?
Okay, now that we're being honest, let's acknowledge that you're useless to us and we don't have to treat you with any deference whatsoever.
Should women not respect power?
Can I please
you said
answer that?
Hold on. Let me and conservative have this out. Should women not respect power?
I accept that. So if I am the man that you are saying is powerless, right? You mean nothing to me and I owe you no deference because it was never no love anyway. So fuck out of here.
I have to ask something after you finish, Danny, because this is I want to ask something after you're done. Go ahead.
Well, it's like this is the thing that it'll go back to is if a woman does respect a power structure, it's just not black men's power structure, but she does respect power. If you are looking at a woman and saying that she should respect you, and you're saying that she respects power, but then you're saying that she doesn't respect you.
I didn't say you have to respect me. I say I want to be respected like the white man. You don't have to, right? But once we acknowledge that that's where we are, you can get the fuck away from me.
Ooh. You know what, though? I have to say this because you just acknowledged what you want. And I have to ask y'all, like, and this is for the panel, why is it necessary to oppress? Because when I look at oppress, the words that are related to oppress would be treat harshly, be brutal to, be cruel to, suppress, tyrannize, repress, subjugate. Like, why would you want to do that to your women? Like, why is it necessary?
You won't stay in line otherwise. If I lift up my boot, you'll kill me.
Conservative. Why are you answering the question that there's been no documented evidence that black men have ever done?
No,
I don't even want to play that game. No. See, I'm not playing that game. I'm playing a different game. You're accusing me of operating like the white man, right? And I'm saying yes. Why not? Because if he conquers the world, if that's what it takes to win, when I do what it takes to win, you shut the fuck up.
Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. I rejected that because me and Danny had a very lengthy conversation about the previous topic, and we went back and forth. And I said, "There's no way the men in the space will ever. This is not what they want. They would never admit that these are like literally to rule with the iron rod to trample underfoot." I'm like, this is not what these men will say that they want to do to women. Like, there's no way. I doubt it. I completely disagree. And even when I saw the video of the women claiming that these are the things that black men want. This is what black men are trying to do. I'm like, no, not the black men that I know.
Black men want power. That's power. There's no other word for power, and all that comes with it.
Subject exactly.
What you read concrete sound like what black women do to their children. Now you read that again and you think about black women's relationship with their children. Now you have something to talk about.
Yeah. But when we had the discussion,
that's a different topic. I'm not disagreeing with that. But why would anybody want to? Why would anybody? And if I had black women up here that do that to their children, I could ask them the same thing. Why would anyone want to do that to anyone? Like, why?
Well, if you're talking
about
having
black men collectively want to do that. I haven't seen black men collectively want to do that.
No. See, my point is this. My whole point is this. You set up this paradigm where the man who does all these things somehow, some way, magically is in charge of everything. But then if I want to be in charge, I got to do some other gay shit. No, I want to do the shit that wins. What's wrong with you people?
You hear this fool? Do you hear him?
Nah. I understand exactly what he's saying. I understand exactly what he's saying.
So I would like to hop in if I could.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this real quick. And you have an echo. I think it sounds like you maybe have YouTube or something up in the back hot sauce, so you might want to just mute that up. But what I was gonna say is that still got an echo. I'm gonna mute you. Okay. what I was going to say is that when it comes down to power and things that power encompasses, subjugation is going to be one of those things. And you have a lot of Black men that aren't willing to hop on board with that. But you have a lot of men. If a man is serious about power, then he understands that subjugation does come with that. But I'm curious as to how many men actually want to subjugate their women in order to have power. And
that's where I'm at with it. How many of you niggas got the balls to say your woman has to shut up and do what I tell her?
I'll do that. Yo, you talking with Mr. Goodbread now. You know, that's why I got invited back here, because I'm going to keep it real in the field. I agree with the whole article. I agree with the whole article, because y'all women is in a delusion, and y'all need the truth. So the truth is brutal. All those things that you said is the truth. Represent the truth, and the truth will set you free. These women don't get better because they don't want the truth. So you have to leave them alone. You can't.
Let me soften it up just a little bit, because I'm speaking with ladies, and I'll take it back and reapproach the argument. Let me try it this way, right? Because I just had an interesting moment this morning, right 30 minutes before the show started. This movie ended. You know what I watched this morning? Rocky. The original Rocky, 1978 or whatever, Sylvester Stallone's breakaway hit. And you know what I was thinking about? Because I was thinking about the show coming up. And you know what occurred to me? Ain't none of y'all Adrians. You know how Adrian was in that movie? She was just quietly devoted to him winning. That's all she wanted. She didn't want anything but for her man to win. You know how endearing that? You know what kind of that's the type of shit that men want to die for. You know, the fact that you only want for me to win. Now I will go out there and I will fight what's his face? Apollo Creed, who's one of my favorite Black niggas from the 80s, by the way. He's an unsung hero of mine, but he will go out and go 15 rounds with Apollo Creed because he's motivated by something as quiet as that. And obviously he's got other motivations, but my point about where is the Black Adrian archetype?
The rare virtuous woman. The rare that go back to
but you gotta we gotta understand
how we gotta mimic the white woman in order to have,
because y'all don't want to win. That's my whole point. You don't want to win.
Let's let Hot Sauce get in there, because when he unmutes, there's an echo. So let's let that brother get in.
We haven't heard from him. Go ahead.
All right, so shout out to the panel, Sister George, Concrete Rose. Thank you for letting me up. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the niggas in the wilderness, where we only deal with women who wash clothes in rivers and lakes. If she know what the washing machine is, we ain't fucking with her. So number one, why you should mimic wilderness women or village women? Because they got it right. They know how to be respectful, be obedient, and be loving wives. They got it right. Black women in America got it wrong. We can see it. You got it wrong. Your children are underperforming. Even if you do get married, you get divorced at 75%. Shout out to BGS. You're just doing in the life of relationships, Black women are just doing it plain wrong. Even now, when we talk about Black men not able to acquire power, what are you talking about? Black men are 6% of the population, but have established 43 banks, have established 15 different investment firms, construction companies, right? Over there in Prince County, Black women ensured to get Black women in office.
So let me ask you a question, Hot Sauce. How were other races of men able to how were they able to get into power? How did they do it?
Other races of men are not other races of men are not in power. 1% of America owns 90% of the wealth. You're talking about a selective few of families that owns the power. The average white man that you see has no more power than the average Black man that you see. Right? 1%, 90% of the wealth in America.
They have power within their communities. So, like, the Jewish people have powers within their community. So I know, and my questions are surrounding that. When we talk about perceived power, and even, the Black man, because the Black man is only 6%, it's going to be unlikely that they would be able to have this massive amount of power over this entire country when we talk about American Black men. But what about power within their communities? Because we often talk about the Black community being a matriarchy.
Okay, so that's a great question, and Roger already answered that, and I'm gonna parrot what he says. Right, black men have control over their communities, right, and black women are just not there. Y'all in the hood with the single mother shit. That is single mother community where I'm living and where other black men living like me. We have control over our communities. Y'all just not there.
Wait, what? So what you mean y'all have control over y'all individual communities?
So black people have two communities. Black people have two communities. The single mother community, which majority of black women are, and then you have the productive black male community, right? That's where we are. And in the productive black male community, we have control over our community.
You know what? Y'all love to, like, y'all literally create stuff as y'all go. So now y'all want to divide the black community. Oh, we have control over the community.
Can I say something?
No,
that's what y'all do. When y'all play the colors game, y'all play the colors game, y'all divide.
Like, hold on. Let me get it out. Y'all love to make up these talking points as y'all go. Now the black community is a separate entity unto itself, just filled with single mothers. And you guys have created these little pockets of communities all across the globe that y'all have control over, and the black community is just left to its own devices. Come on now, stop it.
So hold on, let me say this. Let me say this real quick. You have, first of all, you guys have been touting black people are not a monolith. So guess what? We finally agree with you. So you have the single mother community. I don't know what the hell that's called, but that's y'all. Then you have the niggers in the wilderness, where I'm the president of, right? I'm the nigger in the wilderness president, and then you got the constructive black man, right? Community over there in the U.S., right? But as far as like niggers in the wilderness, SYSPM, that's where we at, and we control our community. God bless.
Y'all don't control
ladies.
This is the thing,
Yeah, why do
concrete.
y'all
This
play
is
the
the thing,
colors game?
concrete. Well, hold on, because where it comes from. At the end of the day, and when it comes to a community, once you remove the men, the community don't exist. That's why the Aztec community is no longer here, because there are no Aztec men. When you remove any men of any community, the community doesn't exist. The community is in the power of the men of that community. So guess what? Every woman has to earn a place in her community once she leaves her father's home. So if you are not in your daddy's house, you are not part of our community. If you are not married, you are not part of our community. If there's no man entertaining you for marriage, you are not part of our community. There's no man to vouch for you. A woman just saying she's part of our community is just a misguided woman. We don't know who you are because there's no man to vouch for you. You got to get a man to vouch for you. Because if we get attacked as black men in America, or if you just say like the ADOS black men, if once we die, that black community don't exist no more. If you Chinese man, the Chinese community don't exist anymore. If you can kill every Indian man, the Indian community doesn't exist anymore. Every community's existence is based on its men. Period. Ours is no different. So you're not a part of our community unless we bring you into it.
That's interesting, Roger. And I find it interesting that now, like, all the black men are saying they're no longer part of the black community. And I find it interesting for the reason
No, that's not what we're saying. We're not black anymore. We're not black. When you become a single mother, when you leave your father's house.
You're rebuttaling, and I haven't finished.
But you misquoted. You misquoted. I'm just saying you misquoted. We didn't leave anything. When you leave your father's house, you left. When you leave your father's house, you left. Not us. When you left your father's house, we don't know what you are. You left, not us.
Right. I understand that. I'm not talking about you, Roger. I'm saying other men, including men on the panel, are saying that they are no longer part of the community. Not you, Roger, but other men in the space, men on the panel, men off the panel, men in the chat are saying they are no longer part of the community. That is a common talking point that I've heard in this space. I say that to say it is interesting for them to say that because, and I kind of get it. There was a quote from Malcolm X a long time ago that talked about how, the women of the community are a reflection of the community. So if the women are doing bad and the women are out there bad and the women are not upholding certain standards, then it is a reflection of the community. So if the women are upholding poor standards and they're shaking it and ratchet and doing all of these things, then it makes the community look really bad. The women are not doing good, then it makes the community look really bad. So now that Black women have this, negative, horrible image across the globe, Black men no longer want to even claim the Black community. And I just find that to be very interesting.
So can I add something really quickly? I would love to add something really quickly. See, first of all, fuck Malcolm X, because he was wrong. We have the right to divorce you.
Wait a minute.
I know.
We have the right. We have the right to divorce you, and we're divorced. You guys wanted a divorce, so we said, okay.
Divorce Black women, you can divorce Black men, but how dare you get on here and disrespect a man that paved the way for some of the same shit that you're allowed to do as a Black man?
That.
No, he's right, y'all guys. Can I talk? Can I bring some? Because I see what it is. If you don't read it, it ain't true.
So far removed from the Black community that y'all really, get to become anti-Black, and that's really sad. But like some of the shit that come out y'all mouth be real.
Facts.
But ladies, what did Malcolm X teach us? Malcolm X taught us how to overreact.
I'm not about to go through this history.
He taught us how to overreact.
I don't want to.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. He taught us.
I want him to be able to finish his point.
Let me just say something, right?
No, Mr. Goodbread. I want Hot Sauce to be able to finish his point, but we can't just simply gloss over that. That was disrespectful. Come on now, like, geez.
All right, so you know what? I'm gonna apologize for that remark, because I'm not coming here to try to disrespect anybody or let anyone feel disrespected. So you know what? I'm going to retract that part. But however, I'm just going to say this. I disagree with that point about Malcolm X saying that the women is a reflection of the community, right? And this is why I'm saying that, because for the past 60 years, Black women have asked for a divorce from Black men, going on mainstream media in public saying we ain't shit. So you know what? We finally accept that divorce. So now we're different. We're just different. And being different doesn't mean anti-Black, because like Roger said, we all agree. Men establish the community, right? So we're not saying we're not Black. We're just saying we're no longer part of this stuff. Black women are no longer our women. We accept, when you ask for a divorce, we accept it now. We signed the paper. So that's where we're at.
What I'm saying, from historically, when you talk about a community, you're talking about a group of men and the women that are with those men.
Right.
If you're not with us, you're not our community. That has been going on since Adam and Eve.
That's basic anthropology. Okay. And see, that's the point, right? Black. Let me just get this point. Black women come from the standpoint that if you're with a Black woman, you're a part of the Black community, meaning that the Black woman is the standard of being a part of the Black community, which is the absolute opposite of how anthropology has worked, how every nation in existence of planet Earth has worked, right? You are part of whatever man you're with, you marry. Period.
Yeah, and the fact is, most of y'all are unmarried women at this particular point. We don't know who community you're a part of, because we know based on who you marry. If you marry a white man, we understand y'all going into the white community. Do your thing. If you marry some Chinese guy, we understand you trying to go into the Chinese community. Do your thing. If you marry a Mexican man, you're going into the Mexican community. Do your thing. Our women are with us. If you're not, if you ain't got no husband and ain't no guy talking about she might be my wife, you're not with us at the end of the day. So stop assuming that you belong to us when no man can vouch for you. You put yourself in a position where no man can vouch for you. That's your own fault. Ain't no Black man made it where ain't nobody just gonna take y'all on. Y'all have to put yourself in a position where some man wants to take you on to be a wife so you can continue to be a part of our community. And we simply are recognizing the truth about what has been going on since man began. If you don't like history, that's one thing. But this ain't nothing new. This has been going on since forever. That's why there are no Aztec women now, because there are no Aztec men that they belong to. And you can say the same thing and name many other groups over history. Once the men go, the women are gone too. They are assimilated into a different community. If you're our community, prove it.
Okay.
All you gotta do is be married to one of us, and then we respect.
Okay, let me read the super chats, and we do have some new panelists to let up. A shout out to Ryan. He says the black community is matriarchal. Are black women willing to acquiesce their power so men can lead? I honestly don't think that black women will ever acquiesce their power so that men can lead, because they don't trust the men to lead them. And that's just what it is. I don't think that'll ever happen. Shout out to Black Wizard. He says, if you can't respect a man without a power structure, then get with the men who's got the power structure. Don't berate a man who doesn't and act like you want him. You don't. Free yourself, be happy. I see a lot of women and I see a lot of men going to different races of women people to get exactly what they want. So I think I agree with that. Shout out to Wizard Kelly. He says black women are asking black men to manifest power without the support to achieve it. Mechanism to perpetuate family or reward fair mating incentive and sanity. Wizard Kelly, I think that is a very interesting point. As it pertains to manifesting power. Power is not a thing that you can manifest. You have to fight. Thank you so much for that. And I thought I had one more, and I don't. So there's that. We do have Mr. Research that just came to the panel. Welcome, Mr. Research. Ray Charles, you're gonna have to cam up behind the scenes because I don't know you. And May, I remember you, so you are welcome. But Ray Charles, you're definitely gonna have to cam up behind the scenes. Can't nobody see you? I can see you. But you'll have to cam up behind the scenes before we let you up. Mr. Research, welcome to the panel. What are your thoughts on the discussion thus far?
First of all, let me apologize to both of you. I have a busy week and I didn't know if I'd be available for this, but swim class canceled today, so I'm available all of a sudden. So let's start here, especially for Concrete Rose. So here's what happens. In the black boys, many of these adult men out here in the world used to be black boys. And black boys, Concrete Rose, were told we were teammates. That's what we were told. When black boys had an opportunity, they were told, don't forget your female cousin. Don't forget your sister. If you had a work with your hands job as a janitor and you knew about a typing opportunity, you thought about your female cousin who just graduated typing class. Something happened after Ronald Reagan changed most of the laws. After Ronald Reagan changed most of the laws in 1985 and 1969, all of a sudden, those cousins we helped looked at us like we were the enemy. All of a sudden, Sister George, those cousins that we helped start calling us dogs. This was before we was even calling women BIT. BIT was something that was in the pimp world and something that was 100 or 200 men who said that in some privacy of their home. That wasn't nothing we said normally. But you know what was normal? Calling us dogs. You got to remember, like I pointed out last time I was on this show, Brothers Ain't Shit was a song way before Too Short made the BITCH song. That's how they kept promoting it. If you're not doing what I tell you to do, black man, same as on the plantation when Massa put me in charge of you, I'm going to disrespect you. So for many of the black boys who are now older now, this 1980, 1990 mentality is confusing. It's like, huh? I want you to go look at some of those talk shows, Concrete Rose, of how bewildered the black man looks when the black woman is on the stage saying disrespectful things about black men. Look how confused he looks. He's like, huh? And then we got 5-6 years of that. Sally Jesse Raphael, the little fat girl, Jenny Jones. We just got constantly black women being entertaining other black women like we do on YouTube now with, let me tell you how worthless these dudes are. And guess what? While that was happening, our uncle said, don't say nothing. Remember, black women have it hard, so just ignore it. And it wasn't until the birth of the internet, really 2004, 2006, where black dudes finally said, we're going to speak about this shit. Uncle, take the handcuffs off. Uncle, take the handcuffs off. And look, I'm about to end it right here so somebody else can speak, but this is really important for you ladies to understand. And one of the reasons why Sister George says, I don't give out enough hugs. Mr. Research don't give out enough hugs. Because I understand both sides, but the ladies refuse to take accountability. The ladies haven't created nothing for their sons and nephews. The ladies ain't out here fighting white women to take over education, to take over CEO and director position. You know what they focused on? Concrete Rose? Black men. So I end by saying, ladies, I don't agree with some of the anger that the gentlemen on stage are saying, but I know where it comes from. It comes from being handcuffed for a long time, being told that these women are your teammates. But then when Stacey Abrams doesn't win, you black men. I'm not talking down, but you black men. Wait a minute, Tiffany Cross. What about the white women? What about the feminists? Why are they not supporting you? You know what? Fuck all y'all.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Research.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Research.
Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna read the super chat and then I'm gonna allow May to have her say. Shout out to Black Wealth Empower. He says the disrespect of ancestor Malcolm X that I heard is a problem. And it says a lot about how Black women have dropped the ball in raising the children.
Yeah. That was
no. I
he
apologize.
Yeah,
I apologize. That was wrong.
That's that.
Hold on, Mr. Goodbread. Mr. Goodbread. Hold on.
No. I apologize. I hold that.
On.
I apologize. I hold that out. That was totally out of line, and I do apologize to the people I offended in the chat, and I do apologize to the host because I was out of pocket. I do sincerely apologize.
Okay, we gonna move on. Was it May, Danny that was next?
Yes.
Hey y'all.
Hey May, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I am totally disgusted with this conversation. I have to be honest.
Oh.
I'm disgusted because it's kind of like
what part about it?
Well, because it's like this gender blame war is just so like pointless. I think that we got to get down to it. Let's be honest. Unfortunately, so many of the men who come to the space of YouTube, most of those men are already kind of destroyed, bitter, angry. They're not looking for solutions. I don't ever hear conversations that are like solution based for most of these men. Most of it's, I need to get my passport. This is why we don't want y'all. It's that kind of circular conversation constantly. And it's not even dealing with reality. Like
isn't the passport a solution?
Well, you can call it a solution, but I don't know that running. That's why I said broken, like broken and destroyed, beat up men come to the conversation because everything, all these solutions they have is to run away. I don't hear manhood. I don't hear stand up. I don't hear fight for something. I don't hear build. I don't hear
fight for your love.
Let me give you an example.
Hold on, let her get it off because I do want to hear what she has to. Hold on, Hood Sergeant. I want to hear what she has to say.
Okay.
The brother was able to talk without being interrupted. Like, for example, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. He just talked about Jenny Jones and all the negative stereotypes that we as a Black community allowed, fed into, Black women included, participated in. We're talking about W.E.B. Du Bois. We're talking about that double consciousness, in this case, triple consciousness, because we're adding social media and the media to consciousness of what we think about ourselves. Now, what did the Jewish men do? Men who know how to run power, who know how to run a community locally and nationwide. What did they do? They built the ADL, right? Why did they build that? Protection of their community, protection of the images. You will not abuse Jewish women. You will not talk bad about Jewish people. You will not do it.
But they're not twerking either. Jewish women.
Mr. Goodbread, let her finish. I do have some response to say, and then we'll allow a few people to comment. But let her finish. Be respectful. Come on, like let her speak, and then we'll allow a few people to respond to what she said.
Okay, thank you, sis. So that's my thing. These are institutions. This is power. This is how men assert power over their community. If you don't like the way white men are taking and abusing our images, and not only that, look at this. What do we have black men do? Black men are running the entertainment industry, and to a great extent, they are the ones writing the lyrics, this and that, da-da-da. How can you establish an ADL to protect your community from negativity while the men are the ones who are promoting it, creating it through hip hop and all these other negative stereotypes? And not only that, think about even YouTube. Who are the men supporting? The men support a bunch of women who are not married, who do not have experience, who do not have anything, like Chantel Simone and so many other women. The men are running to them, and they're not even supporting their own black men who are red pill. So we got to think about it. What institutions are black men really establishing to protect and create power? That's my question.
Hey, no, this is wild. After the week,
hold on.
After the week we just had, a black woman is caping for the ADL. I think that is amazing.
No, she is not caping for the ADL.
Hold on. I actually wanted to say something to what she had to say. May had some points that she made, and I know she said a lot, and I know that y'all want to respond, and I'm gonna let a couple of y'all respond, and we'll move on. But I want to say, May, I do think, I don't want to be like, I do think that there's a long running narrative of black men not building that I absolutely abhor, because I know that black men have built this country. I know that you became a little bit more specific the more you talked, when you talked about black men building something to protect. And in relation to that, I understand what you mean by, black men needing to build something, but I do think that we would be remiss by not pointing out that black men have built a lot. Hot Sauce in and of himself, when he came up on the panel, highlighted several things that black men built, just in a glimpse, in a short clip, highlighting stuff that black men have built. In addition, I do see black men supporting black male media. I see black men supporting black male media. I'm not in the space enough to say about them supporting women that are single, so I won't speak on that. But I wanted to say that I understand the points that you're making, but I also understand, and this is where I'm sitting, just me being an objective person, I understand the gripes that the black men in this space have. I understand, like I said, the points that I made earlier about black men not acquiring power, and I'm solely talking about power within their own communities, that part of that is due to us not working together as a unit. Part of that is also due to us, the image, the negative image of black men, us as black women carrying that image. And I know they do it on the reverse side too, but with the focus being on black women and their role in black men not acquiring power, so to speak. I do think that, those two things just off bat have impacted black men from being in positions of power within our own community and taking their rightful place at the head of our community. So I do think that as women, there are things that we can do. I understand also your feelings about the conversation, and this is my last point, about the conversation being divisive, but I think this is kind of where those solutions can be fleshed out. This is kind of where those perspectives get talked about. This is kind of where we may be able to see things through a different lens, because we have somebody who may be on a opposite plane that may be able to say something that you think about, and you think about it from a different angle, and think about it and actually accept a different idea, a new idea that you wouldn't have otherwise accepted. I am glad that you came up to take part in the discussion, because you are opening up questions and concerns that maybe some other women in the chat have that they, were not brave enough to come up and raise. So I do want to thank you for coming up, and I am going to ask Hood Conservative. I know wanted to get in, but I wanted to see if Danny had anything to say before we let him go. And y'all, come on now.
I don't think that Meg was advocating for a Jewish structure. I don't think that's where she was going at all. I think she was talking about it from the standpoint of look at their power structure, look at things that you're not able to do within their community versus what you're able to get away with toward the Black community. And she's absolutely right. So for those that are coming at her, oh, she's, no, that's not what it is. It's like, look at this power structure, look at the things that they have done to make sure that you're not able to say anything about their community, period, without it being any repercussions. And I get where she was coming from. So that's where I wanted to say about that.
Could I respond after her conservative?
Sure.
I actually don't even have a whole lot to say. It speaks for itself. That's the beauty of letting women speak. You open your mouth and lose all your male support. Good for you.
What kind of response is that?
20-second reply. I want to say something.
What kind of response is that?
Okay, mine is going to be really quickly. See, the thing about it is where, and this is a perfect point, right? I highlighted what Black men are building, but since Black men are not building, particularly for single Black mothers, Black men don't build. And that's my point. That she illustrated perfectly my point, right? But it don't count unless a Black mother benefits from that. And that's my point. Because 43 banks, 15 different investment firms that do over $1 billion, $48 billion built in West Africa, another $50 billion invested in business in East Africa. I'm one of them, right? But since it's not for the single mother community, it doesn't count. Black men don't build. And see, and that's the thing we hear constantly. So you know what? The divorce is here. We're divorced, and I'll pass the mic on that.
Real quick, where did I say anything about single mothers? Where does that come from?
It's the majority of the population.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. That population, you guys are like obsessed about single mothers.
I was about to see. At the end of the day, y'all use things that don't make no sense, and I mean. And nobody's perfect, so I don't expect perfection out of anybody. But even as Mr. Research came up and said, people are being angry. Nobody's being angry. There's facts here. Black men ain't married to y'all. If you're not married to Black men, how on earth are you supposed to be part of their community? Every other group of people, the women they deal with are the women who are married for them. When women come up short on something, they talk to their husbands get together, whatever they need to have happen, they figure that out amongst them. At the end of the day, y'all not with us. Ain't nobody forced y'all not to be with us. And if you're going to say, well, y'all don't have enough power, okay, cool, we enemies then. At the end of the day, whoever you pick is who you pick. If Black men have offered you marriage, or y'all don't even want to be good enough so a brother will even propose, you can't blame us because you are out there on your own in any sense of the world. Period. If you got to fight for yourself because you don't have a husband, it's your fault. Why didn't you become something worthy of a Black man's wife? That's your personal issue. That ain't got nothing to do with us collectively. So when the collective ain't married, the collective ain't got nothing to say to Black men. Point blank, period. When Black women have issues, they talk to their husband and get their issues resolved. He will either resolve it by himself or he will resolve it with his network of men that he knows. If you don't have a husband and you got a problem, that's on you at the end of the day.
So
y'all want all this stuff without a marriage.
So let me get this in. The part I agree with Roger is that most of these ladies are not our teammates. I don't care about women like that. Me personally, myself, I don't, because I recognized a long time ago that many of them are anti-male. I will protect somebody like C. Rose because C. Rose has a track record of protecting sons and nephews. Your mic is hot, Roger. But it's like I don't care about people like that. I just don't. And I think when I talk about anger, too many dudes care. And they want to punch women in the face and get women to recognize, here's what you heard May said. And this ain't no attack against May. Let's just keep it logical. May didn't give you no evidence, but Hot Sauce did. I saw gave you documented things that black men have done. Hey, let's look at a recent thing. Black men in the NBA bankrolled the WNBA at a $10 million a year loss. Black women can't say nothing that they do for sons and nephews to that magnitude. Look at Jordan Peele, married to a white woman, but still made a first-time black female director the most famous first-time female director in history by putting her on a project he had already bankrolled. Black women don't have no claim to fame on that. So there's nothing. This is why I don't get angry, because I know what it is, C. Rose and Sister George. The black woman doesn't have a documented track record to show that she even has supported sons and nephews on anything. Now, privately, somewhere in Wisconsin, somewhere in New York, maybe you got 50 women who have done something. But there's no public example of black women since the 90s doing something for sons and nephews. It's just not. We created the Pullman Union back in the day. We created the first National Black Economics Women Convention. Black women didn't do that for themselves, C. Rose. White women didn't do that, Sister George. These evil, low-life black men did that. So guess what? When the first black woman to fly around the world was bankrolled by a black newspaper man with his money, when Mr. C.J. Walker took his newspaper money out of St. Louis and Denver to bankroll Miss Breedlove and turn her into the icon y'all love, nobody gives credit for that. So Miss May is just going to make a speech to us. She's just going to wag her finger and say what should happen, because our women want us to create something that they can destroy. Get that through your heads. Look, I'm gonna end it.
You sound bitter.
Our women. Hold on, May. Let's let him finish, and then I'm gonna let you respond, and then we'll move on.
Our women want us to create so they can come in and destroy it. Meanwhile, they ain't took over the education system from that white woman. They ain't took over the white woman from all these director positions. They ain't doing none of that. So guess what? I'm not angry about it, because I realized a long time ago, the white woman is correct. The black woman will destroy this community for her, and she will pick off the top producing black men, as she has done in every country. I'm not angry.
Wow. Okay, May.
Bars.
The mic is back on you, and then we're going to move the conversation along. All right, sis. I know quite a few people had responses to what you had to say. What would you like to say before we move along?
Sure. I mean, like I said, I understand there's importance for black men and black women both to take accountability. I understand there seems to be a chicken and the egg situation, and it's not easily resolved. I get it. But at the same time, so many of the men who come to the conversation, they're disgusted. They have reached their end. They have nothing good to say about black women. They have all the evidence built up that black women are trash and will always be trash. And there is no black community to be saved. We all suck. Our race sucks. That's what I keep seeing come to the table to have actual discussion. Those types. Just like that brother who just spoke. It's like disgust, and there's nothing good. And I don't come from that place. Can I speak to that for a minute? Let me finish.
Hold on,
I don't come from that place. I don't come from that place. And I just want to throw this out there too. I think too much of the conversation is always focused on the ghetto. It's always focused on the lower class. It's always focused on the poverty and the Pookie and the Ray Ray and this obsession with baby mamas. I think that people need to elevate their space in life so they start seeing different things in their consciousness. There are not, in my world, a whole bunch of baby mamas running around. I don't see whatever people are seeing in their community. I don't see none of that. I don't see the drug dealer. I've elevated my space in life. And I think that more black folks need to do that. And we have a whole tradition of black African Americans who are on code, been on code, very similar to how Jewish people run their households and their community, have always been on code. They call them strivers. They've been here forever in America. We ignore those people and their sense of function, and we just focus on the ghetto. And I think that's a problem too. So that's my thought.
Once again, nothing the women have actually done, just a speech.
The thing I wanted to point out to and I forget your name, so forgive me, but to the lady speaking, the sentiment that you're getting from the men and the reason why it rubs you the wrong way is it sounds to me the place that you're coming from is a place of we are all in it together and we supposed to help each other, and the men are just not buying it no more. I
And
think
y'all
we've
don't
all
want
in
our
our
help
own.
anymore.
Why should we?
No, it's not. It's
Well,
not
we've
that.
never
The
received
thing
it.
is, this is something that's blatant. It should be blatant to all of y'all. All the wives on this panel don't have no real issue. Every man that's on his panel, his wife ain't got no real issues. Stop telling me about problems from people from unmarried folk.
Facts.
You're not us.
Facts.
My wife ain't got no problem.
Monster, you married?
Hold on. Let's talk
No.
about,
And if I was, she still wouldn't have no problem. So guess what? Any woman who actually came to what I wanted to be a wife, she would be fine. There's plenty of women who don't want to be a wife because they won't hit the standards that men are asking them to hit. It ain't that hard at the end of the day. Men are not asking women that perform miracles to get married.
Are any men on this panel married?
I am.
Mr. Goodbread. Mr. Goodbread.
I'm engaged. I'm engaged.
Oh, okay.
And Truth Teller is married too.
Look. Let's
Sister,
bring
a
it
lot
back.
of them are not going to be married because they're so disgusted with women.
Let's bring it back to professional.
That's not the majority of this
This is
panel.
why I
The
like
majority
talking
of this
about
panel
dating.
got daughters, got wives, got
Hey,
girls.
hold on. There's something I want to say that actually goes according to what she says. It might change your direction a little bit, but it's going to go back to what my answer is going to be for the question at hand. Based on everything that she says, she has actually proven that we can't put any value in our women's opinions. She made statements about acquiring power. She did not take the time to understand how those other people did it. They did it with their women's support. When Black women talk about Black men not having power, they talk about it as if the Black men are supposed to go acquire it, manage it, and maintain it on their own, and then come get Black women. And that is not how power works. So fundamentally, there's a problem with how Black women even gauge our ability to acquire power. They think it's separate from them. That's a problem.
It's interesting. It's interesting that you say how other men acquire power, and you talk about them having the support of their women.
Yes.
I think it's interesting because at one point the black people were actually together. We were more married, way more than we are now.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right? And you agree with that?
Yes.
So at one point, Black women did support Black men, or do Black men ever feel like they weren't ever supported?
No, none of us will say
how
that.
do they support? How? Because if we go to professionalism and economics.
Well, hold on. She's talking about 50 years ago support. She's talking about 50 or 60 years ago support versus current. Back then,
right now, I can agree. I can agree with Black men when Black men say that we're divided. I can agree with Black women when Black women say that we're divided as a unit. As Black people, we're divided. I get that. But at one point, we did support our men. Our men supported us. We were together.
Well, hold on. Before we get into how, let her finish.
Because you guys want to talk about dating and you're not talking about the economics. So go ahead.
Mr. Research, most women
go into dating and marriage.
Most women weren't allowed to just sit around and not be out in the field with their men. They had to work. They still had to rear children. They were still together. A lot of women stayed in a lot of messed up situations. A lot of women were there. A lot of women did support their men at one point. That was a thing. Black people were together at one point.
True. Apply after Mr. Research.
Well, hold on.
So what I'm trying to figure out, and I guess what I'm trying to get down to the bottom of, in what ways were Black women?
Salute, squad. Salute, man. I had to get up out of the Lilith Den, y'all. I had to get up out of the Lilith Den, guys. They was talking crazy over there, but they was not. They was muzzling me. They was muzzling me because they like to work in the gray area, guys. This is why it don't make sense. Stop arguing with dummies. Don't argue with dummies, bro, because, you know what I mean? It's not that they dumb. It's, you see what it was, right? If she didn't read it, if Concrete Rose ain't read the shit, if she ain't read it, then it ain't truth to her. I know for a fact, we sat here and did the math, Goodbreads. The problem is, sisters chose $80,000 worth of government assistance, all that included, rent included. You could do it. You could do the math yourself right now. They living in lavish. They living in big homes, houses bigger than yours. You know what I mean? $1,400 a month. You do the math. 1,400 times 12, and then you add on the food that they get for free, and then all the other shit. 80,000. They chose 80,000. See, that triggered her when I said those facts. You know what I mean? Let me drop the link, guys, and we gonna see what's going on. We gonna all just cut up over here. Great, yo. I love their platform though, because they keep it. They're gonna tell you what the woman is thinking, and it's sad. We cannot mess with our black women, guys. We cannot mess with our black sisters, bro. We cannot mess with these chicks, bro. They in a delusion, and they want to play the colors game. Do you see? That's all they want to talk about. That's how they use the distraction when they are the white supremacy. All they want to talk about is the colors game. Then they got the brother apologizing for saying Malcolm X is a fraud. He's a fucking fraud, bro. And he taught us how to be overreactive, while Martin Luther King taught us how to get slapped. You know what I mean? So now we confused. We don't know what the fuck to do. You know what I mean? That's what it was, guys. Let me drop this link. Come on, bro. And they want to play the colors game, but then you don't want to talk about how Frederick Douglass, how our white brothers was they was fighting for the women to just sit the fuck back, get the fuck back in the house, and not have the right to vote. They don't never want to give our white breads the credit. Our white breads was out there throwing fucking alcohol and putting motherfucking cigar burns on the bitches, keeping them back from the voting polls. You know what I mean? While Frederick Douglass set his ass up there and like, oh, women are equal to men, but because our history teaches us to hold that man dick, because we always looking for a leader. You know what I mean? Everybody, oh, you can't say nothing bad about him. Can't say nothing bad about him. They all frauds, bro. We have no history. Our history is in the Bible, the basic instructions before leaving Earth, yo. Bro, what's up, bro? The pro.
You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, good to hear about everything. Everything that is in darkness will come to light. Everything that has been any kind of dumb shit or fuck shit I've ever done in the past, I've had so much fun admitting it to people when I've had some issue in the past. And it's freed me from having someone embarrass me online because I've already admitted all the dumb shit I've done. See what I'm saying? And I think that lack of accountability in all spheres for dumb shit is the one thing that they can't use against us if we already admit what the fuck we do. And then not return.
The women, bro. I'm not to cut you up, bro, but the women think they slick. The black women, these black women think they so slick. What they're doing is they're creating a diversion to get us to stop building with you men, with our white breads, and we'll be able to, because they think they don't want to be under the patriarch. That's their whole thing. They want the matriarch. You know what I mean? Then they sit there on their fucking panels and talk about how black men. How we worship the white man. It ain't even about the white man. They look up to the white woman. They worship white woman God. The white woman God. Look how they run out here and go get they get their hair, they go get their face. They come on now.
Sorry, it's terrible because I've had to deal with it too.
They're crazy. So, how they always talking for you guys, B? Yo, hold on, bro. Okay, Izzy, we got okay Izzy in the house. Yo, what up? Yo, I saw my guy. Where you went at? Okay, Izzy, what's going on, man?
I'm right here. What's good, family?
I'm hot this morning, man. I got invited over there, and they muzzled me a little bit. I felt muzzled. You know me. I'm not a good arguer. I'm not gonna be arguing, and I don't. You know what I mean? I'm just not gonna argue with you because I know the gray area. I can't do the gray area. And they wanted to operate in the gray area over there.
Where the hell is that at?
Oh, that's over there at the women's perspective. That's Sister George, yo. Sister George.
Oh,
You know
okay.
what I mean? And Concrete Rose.
The woman's perspective. That's already they already messed up right now.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Two conscious sisters. They both married. One is married by state, and one is married by the eyes of the God. That's what attracted me to them. That's what attracted me to that channel. They had me on there last week, and I was saying nothing but the truth, and they invited me back. So you know what I mean? Shit, crazy, bro.
Please tell me. I mean, come on. People like it when you tell them the truth, and a lot of times it hurts their feelings. A lot of people are still stuck in the matrix. I'm going to talk to you about white people that are still stuck in the matrix. They still talk as if it was 1987 or something in like hillbilly fucking Georgia, Florida, or wherever you want to call, where people just haven't been around other people or communicated in any kind of way that other than negative. And it's been refreshing because I have not been on social media for 4 years. And even more, you know what I mean? I was in the military and I was overseas. So, you know, the only blacks that I knew, the ones that were stationed with me. And the ones before that were the children of the military members. So I grew up with those kids. And so I didn't have these like traumatic episodes, like hearing people being raised towards black people. And I've never heard black people being raised towards white people. So it's not been an issue for me because I'm Macedonian. So I came through the German military installation for the Americans.
Yo, so I was crazy, bro. I'm not gonna sit here in front. I seen some racist shit, and I did some racist shit. I'm a racist. We all racist.
I mean,
why do we put so much fucking hyphen on that word? Why do we put so much hyphen on that word? Like, why do we the truth? Now the truth is racist.
But hey, Goodbread.
Yo, what up, T.O.? We got T.O. in the class, and we got my guy Ocho Cinco in the class. What's going on?
What's up with you? What's up with you, Goodbread? Yeah, but you think it's really racist if like when you were a kid and you don't really know, you just like learning this stupid behavior. Like, you know what I used to do when I was a kid in Brooklyn and shit? I used to sometimes when niggas cut school, we'll go about like the Jewish yeshivas and shit and yell like "Ha Hitler" and throw rocks and shit at the gates and shit.
Facts.
That shit racist as fuck. And niggas just do dumb shit.
They talk so smart. These niggas be talking so smart. Like, if they know what they talking about, like, bitch, it's y'all. Y'all the problem. Y'all women.
And then we used to make fun of the Arab kids.
They cause fights. They really start fights between men. They love to see guys fight.
Hey man,
and that's across the board. That's across the board.
That gray area, man. You right on you hitting the nail on the head about that, Goodbread. They want to stay in that fucked up gray area where you can't really get nothing done. And I was keeping the whole conversation that you were trying to have. And I kept seeing who they was going to and shifting to, and it was just a bunch of bullshit, man. I was like, I don't believe this shit. For real.
They wasn't letting me get
like
no
that, man.
paint.
They wasn't letting you speak.
They wasn't letting me get no time in the paint.
They wasn't letting you speak. I noticed that.
You still like the video was over with, or
no, we still gonna go back.
Because he's still on the panel. You're still on the panel, right?
They might have.
I want to see what's going on.
Nah, Dirty said he in the background. He said they ain't let him on yet. He's still.
But
he's still
whoever that was, old boy who was he started breaking bread a little good bread a little bit, and they was getting a little mad, and I was like, okay, he hit the nail on the head too when he was talking about the basically they didn't have no concrete details about what have black women done in general for their sons and nephews and stuff, and I was like, okay, he basically
conservative was hitting them. Conservative was hitting them with heavy blows and shit, and Roger was walking them down slow into a corner. That bitch fell in a quagmire. I saw exactly what Roger did.
Yo, she shut me down. I'm gonna tell you right now when she handcuffed me. She handcuffed me when I told her the $80,000 in benefits.
Yeah.
And then she tried to discredit me because she ain't read that yet. She ain't researched that yet.
Yeah,
they don't want to research that.
They good at
but
hey, Brad,
the too real. They coming with the eloquent speech, and they coming with the the way the PC way of talking. But when you talking to them just flat, real how it is, and they can't take that, man. And that's what they need. That's the medicine that they really need, man.
I'll be telling Goodbread that shit, bro. Like he think he not articulate. But he is like in his own way. Like I be telling him, like, bro, you speak just fine to me, bro. Like you talk real shit.
Articulate stuff, bro. That don't even matter. What matters is the moment they don't want to hear it. That's what they need to hear, man. They trying to run away from it. they trying to run away from the truth.
Exactly. They use all that word salad shit. They use that. They take you on a word tornado, a word loop, where they ain't saying
you the
shit.
one with the consistency that be in their face, 24/7, hitting them with videos, hitting them consistently doing it with the real shit. And that's why they want to muzzle you and let these other guys talk that probably gonna disappear for 2 or 3 days.
Facts, yo. I thought I was bugging. I
I
peeped that too. Like, yo, son, I do this every day, y'all. Like, these are the numbers.
Exactly. So they don't want nobody with the relentless energy to keep hitting them upside the head, keep hitting them. They always gonna try to muzzle that person.
And in secret, the women run from the Bible. They know I was gonna come, and I was soft on them. I got verses in the back, but I was like, you know what? I'm a head tap them, and they couldn't even handle the head taps. Like,
nah, not at all, man.
Shame, insult, guilt need to be right, and instead of admitting that they are a big problem, they rather just drag you down with them. Every time you argue or you debate with these women, these black women, I don't care if they married, I don't care if they claim they're virtuous, they always got to drag you down. They don't want this shit.
Dirty on the
they don't
show.
want their shit to stink.
Dirty on the show. He on the show. He got on.
Okay.
He got on. Let's get it.
Okay.
Agree with that.
Yes.
So at one point, black women did support black men, or do black men ever feel like they weren't ever supported?
No, none of us will say
how
that.
do they support? How? Because if you go to professionalism and economics.
Well, hold on. She's talking about 50 years ago support. She's talking about 50 or 60 years ago support versus current. Back then,
right now, I can agree. I can agree with black men when black men say that we're divided. I can agree with black women when black women say that we're divided as a unit. As black people, we're divided. I get that. But at one point, we did support our men. Our men supported us. We were together.
Well, hold on. Before we get into how, let her finish.
Because you guys want to talk about dating, and you're not talking about.
Who is that beta male at the bottom?
That 80K is not a conservative estimate, guys. That is, well, even if it is a conservative estimate, that shit is a fact, bro. They getting paid more than you that go to work, and it's not on that shit. If you go to work and you working a little bit over minimum wage, right? And you busting your ass, you work 9 to 5, 40 hours a week, and you times that times 12, you ain't making what they giving these bitches. Now let's talk about that. I don't like. All right, that's all gray area removed. Like, what if I am wrong about the 80? What if it's not 80? What if it's 100? What if it's 75? But it's more than what an average working citizen, and we pay that.
It's a ballpark estimate. It's somewhere around there.
The average working citizen pays towards. We pay that, and we can't even get in there. We can't even get in them big ass cribs, them 4-bedroom apartments with motherfucking all this shit.
Bro, look at my fucking basement, nigga.
Come on, bro. Like, stop playing with me. That's the problem. But they don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about the white man. Like, what the fuck are we talking about the white man for when this is the problem?
Shit's pretty big.
About the economics. So go ahead.
Mr. Research, most women
go into dating and marriage.
Most women weren't allowed to just sit around and not be out in the field with their men. They had to work. They still had to rear children. They were still together. A lot of women stayed in a lot of messed up situations. A lot of women were there. A lot of women did support their men at one point. That was a thing.
Yeah, they go stick to
that's not the question of today.
But that's still sad though. Like, at one point, that's sad to even.
At which point they don't? Okay, they don't ever bring up specifics. They always bring up this vague, these vague arguments that's based on supposed to. They bring up they say it's based on statistics, but they never bring up the actual math. They what is the metrics? What is the demographics to that? Like, give me some numbers. And then when you give them numbers, they just argue with you. It's like, okay, you don't know the math, but yet I studied the math, and I'm giving you a general demographic, and you arguing with me even though you don't know the math. How the fuck does that work?
Did you guys hear the smoke alarm in the background? Beep. Beep.
Oh my God.
After Mr. Research.
Well, hold on.
So what I'm trying to figure out, and I guess what I'm trying to get down to the bottom of, in what ways were Black women supposed to support Black men in order for Black men to acquiesce power? And I don't think that we've reached the bottom of that question.
So with the support of
I actually have an answer to that too.
What a dumb ass.
Man.
70% plus of them.
Benefit the Black
Go ahead,
community.
this shit gonna get me hot.
Why do y'all do that when somebody?
Hear what Oak said.
I'll let you in.
Out of here, dirty spill.
You said, when is the last time Black women have done things to benefit the Black?
When is the last time you've ever heard Black women talk about making plans to benefit?
Actually do.
No. We haven't gotten there yet. We're just talking about the conversation. When is the last time?
When was the last time?
Black women.
The last time that I heard Black women making plans to do something to benefit the Black community would be recently when the lady Shanquella died. The young lady Shanquella died.
That's the Black community.
So typically, yes, that benefits the Black community. Getting justice for a Black woman who was killed.
Oh my
Yo,
God.
salute to Jim Letterman.
Wow.
God is good,
Fucking
yo.
serious?
God is good. This is why I don't argue with folks, because they're gonna start this. Yo, let me show me stats. Show me this. Show me that. Show me this. And yo, listen, some shit God ain't gotta show you, motherfucker. Look outside. Look outside.
Good bread. This man just asked her, what are Black women doing to plan progression for Black men? And she brought up a dead Black woman. You can't make it up, man.
No,
you can't.
Yo, they was not critical thinkers over here. These are the type that know how to say, what to say. But I mean, they know exactly what to say, but they don't know where they say it from. It's amazing, bro. Amazing. But yo, salute, yo, good research. That's why I say I fuck with the Bread Squad, because we gonna do the research. We gonna do the research, bro.
Wow.
We not gonna sell. We gonna test every spirit, bro. And I told y'all, I'm not here to keep y'all operating on hate women. I'm here to protect yourself. I'm here to teach y'all how to put God first. And that's putting yourself first, bro. Leave these bitches alone, bro. They want to cut your wings, then look at you like, fly. Go ahead, fly. Nah, bro.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Shit said.
Who was killed untimely.
No, Concrete. I have a better answer. Hold on. I have a better answer. You have sororities that do things for the Black community that help benefit the Black community. You have people that volunteer and do things that benefit the Black community. You have men that are saying that they're not a part of the Black community. So then what are we talking about?
Notice how when they always substitute women with people, but then they have no problem saying man.
Yep.
They always substitute women with people. All of the posts,
they
all
always
of the Facebook.
projecting.
So every time they talking about because people always and that the shit they talking about be women trait shit, but it be people. You know what I mean? But they have no problem saying, but man,
they can't speak on another woman, man. Can't. They're afraid.
Yeah, they just project it like this. Like it's a collective attempt to project their collective guilt onto others, man. Like they all they all have this common thing where bitch, blame everybody else, man.
Control the narrative. They must
exactly.
The reason why they don't want to have the real conversation, because the real conversation is they are the problem.
Yes, that's why they always bring around the shit all in circles. That's why the conversation always gets back to the same point. They ask the same question they ask after you done, and then to the point to where you starting to get irritated, because it's like, yo, how much times I'm gonna tell you the same shit in a different way, bitch? What are you
just having
stupid
a
or dumb?
conversation now? You a part of the problem now, because that's why you get frustrated.
Look, you can't make it up. This bitch brought up the dead bitch. That girl died last week? That's the last time y'all bitches started talking about a solution for Black men.
And
it's cold.
They want to talk when I spooked them. I spooked them when I talked about the girl that's going viral right now, the Shaquilla. That ain't white supremacy. Ain't no white man, ain't no white woman, and ain't no Black man did that.
Yo, they dancing all around that shit.
Black men, no, they tried to say that it was Black men that did that, man. That's crazy. That's how you know it's even though the footage show different. They
argue with facts and evidence, like they still would like look at the freaking murder weapon with the freaking fingerprints and the footage.
Hold on.
Why do y'all do that when somebody start answering the question? Let them answer.
But
That's
she's not
rude.
answering my question.
Let
That's not
her
the question I
finish
asked.
first before you speak.
I just wanted to clarify the question so she could, answer it properly. That's all.
Go ahead and clarify.
I said, what and when is the last time you heard Black women discussing plans to benefit the Black community?
And
That's a trick question.
Hold on. I just said that I've heard of plenty of women talking and doing things that benefit the Black community.
Wow.
Now, but you've also said that Black
doing
men
all that hemming and hawing?
That wasn't me.
That's dirty.
Okay. You said that Black women, when they do things to benefit the community, you're saying that Black women and Black men we're not even in the same community. Hot Sauce mentioned that Black men have their own community now, and they're building their own communities. So then if you're saying what have Black women done to benefit themselves, they've amassed political power. They are doing things within their own structures.
That wasn't his damn
Stacey Abrams and her entire movement to ensure that Black voters, and this was before she was running for political office. So that is one way. However, personally, I do believe that when a Black person is killed and Black women come together or Black people come together to ensure that that person receives justice, that benefits the Black community. Because typically what that does is that sends a message that can also enable people to lobby for changes in laws and have laws change that brings a killer to justice. That does benefit the Black community. That's not leaving someone out on the streets that could cause more harm to Black people. So I do believe that benefits the Black community.
So can I just say something? Because I said
Truth Teller. I want Truth Teller to finish.
Let me help. I don't think you guys understood the question, right?
No, get to the point, because now
it's like he was referring to planning. The civil rights movement was planned by Black men, correct?
Oh Jesus!
No,
it was planned by
So what I'm asking is, when have
it was
Black women ever discussed planning of anything that would benefit the Black community?
Okay, Stacey Abrams, her whole voter ensuring that Black people were able to vote and her voter movement. So there you go.
Hold on, let me stop it right there.
Can I make a response, please?
She didn't say.
That's a lie. All right, that's 100% lie. If you look up the stats, Black people are not suppressed from voting. As a matter of fact, more Black people are able to vote. She's lying. Stacey Abrams is a fucking liar. All right, she's not doing shit for Black people. I already got a video out on that bitch, man. She's fucking lying, bro.
Hey, Trump made it legal for felons to vote again. Felons could vote again, man, because of Trump. Talking about
exactly. She's not doing shit. Fuck.
So she said.
We move on because he's taking.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay.
So I just really quick point.
What he should have asked you guys is, what have you financially created? When he asks you verbally, that helps the women's talking point. When he asks you what have you talked about, that helps.
Yeah, I was supposed to be next.
Mr. Research, I don't think most of the people in this space have created anything financially. So what have I?
To this silly conversation.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna say 3 points, and so the first point is to May. No one here is saying that they don't want to be Black anymore. No one's making that point. We're just saying that the social contract has been broken. Secondly, what we're saying is this, right? What Black women have not contributed in the same way as Black men have, or in the same way as other women have. For example, in the early 60s in southern China, Cantonese, women would come to America to be seamstress and dry cleaners will send the money back home so their husbands can come and open up the Chinese shop in Chinatown. Right now, the Philippines today runs on 90% remittance, which with Filipino women going to America to become nurses and teachers send money back home to their parents, to their husbands. Sorry.
This guy is good, but I feel like it's staged. Because why do they keep letting him rock out? You can't get no words in this motherfucker, but they keep referring to him. They keep they like trolling him. Like if they sense real energy, they ain't fucking with you. Dirty, what's up, Dirty? What happened, bro?
Man,
yeah, he already back.
Yeah, I'm already back, bro. I said something. I said my piece. I only got to it yet, but man, just all the toddler babble, bro. All the yelling. She about to start yelling and screaming. All the yelling. No, you saying things bad about black women. We're the fruit of the earth. I can't. Look, bro. You know how I feel about girls with clothes on, bro. I had to tell them to shut up because they was wearing too many clothes, man.
But they started the argument. Like they started the conversation. They start the conversation. They want to sit down and have a real conversation. And when you talk to them, this is part of the problem. This is why it's never going to get fixed. Because they don't want to hear the truth. They going off of feelings. We jumping on them panels with actual stats and numbers, and they talking about how they feel.
And we're actual black men, so we can tell them what's going on.
Exactly. They're talking for us, to us.
Right. And they think that we all homeless. Like they used to dealing with homeless men. Because we had to park the girl that tried to talk bad about, oh, well, girls can't put you out of the house if you not in their house. Well, then why is you sleeping with homeless people? That was a good one. That was a great response. Let's get it.
All right, send money back home to their husbands, and their husbands open up businesses in Manila or whatever province they're in. These are tangible things that we can see that are documented on how their women work and help each other. So when a woman gets the opportunity that the male doesn't have, she will send remittance back to her husband, and he will use that money to open up some type of business, a restaurant, plumbing, whatever, right? But in both of these situations, we can see how the men and women work in tandem to one another. And we're saying now is that since we don't have that, we gladly accept the divorce. And now I'm going to say one more thing. Now this might be a little bit offensive, but I'm really not trying to be offensive. I'm being sincere.
You can't be sincere over there. They got nigga apologizing because he said Malcolm X was a fraud and fuck him. Fuck Malcolm X.
Yo, they made that nigga bow down, man.
Word.
Yeah,
they did him like they did
no
Kyrie.
Yo,
no
backbone,
they did him like they did.
Which one of them is he? That's the T? The T on the shit?
Yo, I don't know. You gotta play it
one
back,
with the
guys.
hot
I gotta
sauce?
watch it back.
It's either the T or the hot sauce.
Yeah, that's a hot sauce nigga.
Yeah, the hot sauce dude is the one
Yeah, the hot sauce nigga.
But the dude that got crucified was the one up there, all the way at the top. The only dude up there, the only picture up there that's not a girl. He the one that got crucified. They had him apologizing and shit, bro.
Oh, that was him.
He got great spill.
To be honest, when we talk about civil rights in yesteryear, there is no difference, right? Black women were bringing, after the Korean War, black women were bringing babies that don't belong to those black men. Black women were having secret kids out of wedlock all the time. And as soon as she was allowed to be free, as soon as Jim Crow dropped, she left instantly.
For real.
We see the reports from Frasier. So I mean, you know, she was the OnlyFans model before OnlyFans existed. And I'll pass the mic on that.
The level of anti-blackness is really sad.
Then, you know what? But then if black women were to talk about
why do they get mad, right? They run around here and be like, yo, leave us alone. Yo, y'all dogs, da-da-da. And then when we leave them alone and we make time on them, they mad. Passport on them, they mad. That shit crazy.
She said the level of anti-blackness like it wasn't true. Like they weren't bedwetting and being promiscuous back then. These black men went to war and they came back and they had babies that wasn't theirs.
Right.
That's what it is.
See, they get mad when you ain't going for the dumb shit, man.
Right.
And Goodbread, he had to say sorry just to let them know that.
To let them know
the
truth. So the truth is poison nowadays, boy. This is why it's not gonna get fixed.
This ain't 2004, man. Fucking nigga saying sorry for.
I want to see how dirty handled them.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how dirty spoke.
Breaking and all of that shit.
You have.
We
You
be
don't even have to go back to
no.
slavery.
Hold on. Then it'd be wrong. And so then we get into this back and forth of, well, you were fucking with white men, and so you were trying to get the power from white men, and then it could be said that black men fought for the rights, and the civil rights matter wasn't about black people, it was about the ability of black men being able to fuck white women. I mean, we keep going on a back and forth.
Exactly.
Then it's like y'all are trying to say that, well, black women didn't support y'all, didn't do this. I don't know of any freaking black women that were able to stay at home and just raise kids for the duration of their marriage. I don't know too many. Every black woman that I know, hold on, I'm not done. Hold on, I'm not done.
We're going to get you in next because I know you and the other gentleman haven't spoke.
I know every black woman in a relationship that has had to work, that has had to assist her husband, I don't know any black woman that just gets to lay up on their ass and not do anything. So then when it comes down to saying, well, what have black women done to help the black men? What the hell do you mean?
That's a lie, because then it would be no welfare system. Well, black woman it wouldn't be no black statistics for the welfare system.
What you talking about?
Mother, if you had an ancient ass mom, that might be something different. But when it comes down to like helping and support, what are y'all expecting black women to do that black women haven't done, that other races of women have done? Because there is no
Don't sabotage us.
Hold on, because I think she has a fair question, and that is the question that we should have asked, because literally everything that we come up with, they try to shoot down, and I do think that it's completely unfair, and that's when the conversation goes elsewhere, because we can have a balanced conversation and talk about the wrongs of black women. We can have balanced conversations and talk about the wrongs of black men, but when we start talking about these extremes and try to paint these bullshit ass pictures that black women ain't ever been shit since they were on the plantation, they were having sex with massa and enjoying it and busting it open and twerking on massa's pee and
they was.
Yo, these six ask men for their opinion on men, and then when men tell them, they call them racist and women haters.
Anti-black.
These bitches they are anti-black, because black is just for women, gays, and felons. So they are anti-black.
I get that.
all this type of foolishness. Then I dismissed that BS because I vehemently dismissed that. They were property and they could not even refuse. And I know that's not the point that you were making. However, when y'all talking these extremes, that's what y'all do, and y'all prevent.
Posh, these are married women right here. These are married women. These are established females. I mean, they probably was in their before life, but they're married now. They're attracted them a simp. You know what I mean? Because clearly, they attracted them a simp.
Hey, Bird.
100.
Hey, yo, I noticed something though, and I was meaning to say this, but I'm kind of eating right now. But yo, when I first got the notification, I first tuned into the show. It was like early, because I was watching shit whole time, right?
Yeah,
they was calmer, like they was running their game, they was in they was trying to play fake demure and all of that shit type, you know what I'm saying? Right. Females, they was in their feminine or fake feminine type shit. But as the conversation went on, like, do you see how this shit is escalating? They shouting now.
But this is the chameleon. This the chameleon in women. This the Lilith in women. Like I said, they attracted them a simp with that same strategy. I'm not one of them girls. I'm not one of them girls. And then now y'all still on social media. Y'all got men.
Bro,
y'all got men happily married. Y'all as women should not be so invested in this gender war that's going on. Now, you can be like, but you got Mr. Goodbread, but still, I'm a man. I could teach. I'm a teacher. I'm trying to build young men.
But
So
they
it's
trying to
two
keep
different
niggas
things.
trapped in that shit. Like they perpetuating it and then trying to point the finger at us like you men and the white man and shit. Like you see what I'm saying? It's all this deflection and all
And
this
brother shut it down. He shut him down when he said, "Ain't no. Where's the black Adrians? Where's the black Adrian? Where's the black olive oils? Where's the black women that just want to
conservative
sit the fuck back and fall back?"
Conservative kicked them in the pee with that peace sleeve with that one.
Yeah, he
I'm
killed
telling you,
them. He
man.
killed them with that.
Like I said, they don't want to be wrong, and they don't want to hold themselves accountable. Basically, what you need to do is you just need to tell them they right, we wrong, and that's it.
Facts. That's the
Anything
fault.
you tell them, good bread. They ask you what's 1
Nah, that
plus
don't
1.
work no more either.
They
That don't
ask
work
you
no
what's
more
1
either.
plus
You
1.
weak.
You say 2. They find out how it's not 2. They ask what's 10 plus 10. You say 20, and they argue with that.
Yo, the bees, my nigga MVP. What's up, my guy?
What's up, man? What's up, man? Where dirty folks at?
Man, I'm right here, man.
Oh God.
Hey, nigga, I'm proud of you, nigga. If you was here, I'd hug you, nigga. I'd give you a bear hug right now, nigga.
Oh, you was dead, Bill?
In the trench.
Oh, I heard you. I heard you.
Hated.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Nigga
you
playing
caught the bell. I wasn't even there, man. I switched over.
Yeah,
to
niggas over there playing Rock'em Sock'em Robots, man, with them bots.
Man.
And the bitches
Yo,
had
let me hear
clothes
it,
on.
man.
They ain't got nothing.
I gotta hear this shit.
Us from having a balanced conversation, because yes, there were some instances in which I'm sure what you just described happened, but there were also instances where there were men who weren't no good. Like, we know that happened, but we're painting these pictures as if all black women weren't ish and all black men weren't ish, and that is when we start, like, when this anti-blackness comes out, it makes it hard for us to have a balanced conversation, and it makes it hard for people that are coming into the space and maybe want to join in and know nothing about this space to actually come up and join, because they're hearing us speak from these extremes. Like, let's have a balanced conversation. Like, y'all do too much sometimes.
I want to apologize to the other two brothers. I want to apologize to the other two brothers because I just got to make this point. This is why I wish the guys would just stick to the economics. The economics.
Okay, wait. Before you do that, let me help you out. Because man, this is, first of all, I don't even listen to girls with clothes on, so all this is rock. And I'm mad that Good Bread and conservative left because they called me in here to listen to this malarkey. Let me help y'all out. First of all, y'all having the wrong argument. Everything the women say are right, because black is only for women, gays, and felons. If you're a heterosexual man without a criminal record, black's not for you. So what they're saying is absolutely right. They come in here and they take the opportunities given to them to create the community that they want, because they don't have to be accountable for anything. And after they fuck it up, they say men need to step up. I understand that. I'm not going to go back to slavery, but I can tell you after slavery, so many black women tried to marry white men that white women got mad and made marriage licenses to stop black women from taking their men. So you can't tell me that
evidence that, sir?
See,
and why we
see, they cannot hit them with, they cannot deal with facts. They cannot handle the truth. They cannot handle the truth.
Where's the evidence?
Yo, why would this man who do show every day, he do at least 2 shows every day, why would he just pull that? Why would he just make that up? Why would anybody
and they find a way to
come on your
argue with the
panel?
evidence?
And then on top, that's 100% facts, by the way, dirty folks. 100%.
We don't see that today.
From 1950 to 1970.
And that's not the arguments that we're making. We're not arguing.
No. This is. I know. No, you're just talking. Look. And you
no, I said that's not the argument that we're making. We're not making arguments.
She was talking about the buck breaking thing. What I tell people all the time is, and my mother was a housewife, so you cannot know that many, but my dad provided for me, and all I know is every woman in my family tried to buck break me. So, and that's what they do. They try to capitulate you to cater to a woman because it's part of y'all God complex. And as soon as you say, I want to do man stuff, they cancel you. When I'm one of those people, before I decided not to be black and change my ethnicity, just not because of racism, just because I wanted to be away from black women, because y'all just do the dumbest shit. Before that, though, I was trying to help the colors. I would go in there. I would go to the education information.
How can a person like this?
No. I'll help you out. I'll explain to you everything that y'all talk.
He dialed them their ass, man.
I ain't gonna lie, you killing their ass.
Black magic, nigga.
How can you offer?
No. I'm helping you out. You asked me a question. I'm telling you my definition, because everything about y'all is black and brown. Even the passport bros, they go off color, they go off a fetish. I'm gonna go to another country, get another quote unquote black girl, different culture, different language, different ethnic phenotype. They don't care. It's a color, it's a fetish. Black and brown coalitions, colors, fetishes. Mexicans don't even like us. It's y'all just play color games.
Nobody likes us. Not even us.
I like heterosexual men because they're a reflection of me. Girls hate themselves, and thus they hate everybody else. But this is the whole thing. When I went into those meetings and I said, man, this is the education program. 47% of black boys in Chicago are failing, and 70% read under a third grade level. Let me get the boys. I'll do this curriculum. It's black women. It's the Karen Lewises and the Rosita Shalandas. It's black women that said, no, you can't do nothing for the boys if you don't do nothing for the girls. And I'm like, yo, the girls doing fine. They most educated, right? Yo, fuck them boys if you can't help the girls, because black is for women, gays, and felons, not for boys. When I came out here and I said, man, check this out. We have a housing problem. Black men need to be able to use the same 14th Amendment rules for housing that black women get Section 8 on, that these trans gentlemen get Section 8 on now. They're not even women and they don't have kids. Yo, this is a minority program. I have a plan. We got the HEAD agency. It stands for Housing and Estate Acquisition Development Agency. It's only going to be for black men, because when you give man a house, he has a family. When you give a woman anything, she don't need no man. So let's empower the men, and then the women will come, because they just fuck for whatever random reasons. And women are head of the housing authority, and they said, man, if women can't get housing, you can't have your voucher program. And I said, hold on, y'all got CHAC, Section 8, Habitat for Humanity, Christian Charities. It ain't a homeless girl on the street unless she a dope fiend. If you don't do heroin, you can get a house in America if you got a vagina.
It sounds like you're trying to feminize men.
I'm not trying to feminize men. I'm saying that no.
Shame, insult, guilt need to be right.
That was crazy.
Somebody mic sounds stupid, crazy, man. There you go.
You dirty bitch! Look what you've done to my peonies!
They're marigolds!
Good God, I think she's right. They are marigolds. I may not know my flowers, but I know a bitch when I see one!
Hey, man, he was hitting these bitches from so many motherfucking angles, they didn't even know how to respond.
Yeah, he was on that Mike Tyson shit.
Straight shame.
Yeah. And
sounds like you're trying to feminize men.
Yeah, when you got off the panel, they were like, how did we respond to this? You should have stayed on a little bit longer.
No, man, because
I wish Goodbread and Dirty was on at the same time, man. Y'all would have had double team them, man, for the sake of the righteous.
When I was in the back channel, Goodbread hopped off. Here's my thing.
Yeah, Brad left when he got on.
Because there's no reason to listen to what a bitch got to say in return. You can't say that men don't want to lead, and then when you hear a leader say, "Oh my God, but hold on, I don't like the way you lead," bitch, I will stomp your ass. Look, this the biggest problem. You got YouTube niggas on YouTube representing the guys. It's not that many niggas that really went outside that represent the guys on YouTube. So when they see one, they be confused. I saw somebody in the chat talking about some damn. It's crazy how a nigga with bass in his voice shut these bitches up. I saw that shit, nigga. I started laughing. It's funny how I said I.
Come on now.
Shoot the DJ. Shoot the DJ.
Somebody outside.
Sign language.
The same opportunities.
So I wanted to hear what
No. I said, look, because I don't give a fuck what girls do. Girls gonna be all right because they spoils a war. So I said, man, win a war. So check this out. We're gonna win a culture war. We're gonna win an economic war. Let's win an education war for the boys. And the girls just fuck the winner. Girls just fuck logos. If you want to be a AKA girl, you fuck the Qs. If you want to be a sister of the struggle,
I mean, what the heck?
No, it is what it is. Y'all just want to be part of something bigger. Y'all can talk about the Black Panther shit. Y'all was just chasing niggas. The whole thing is, and then y'all set them up. Anyway, this is what happened. That's how the Black Panthers got set up. Angela, if I
Like
say
it's
black
really
women,
sad. And I get it.
no. So I'm saying, I said, man, let men have the same
See why I
provisions
wanted
under
you
the
in there.
14th
Oh,
Amendment and under the Equal Opportunity Employment Act that white women took for y'all. All y'all black organizations, quote unquote, are run by white women. You show me the NAACP is white women. You show me the Small Business
Aren't men
Association is a
ahead of
white
the
woman.
NAACP?
No, men are the face.
I'm in the
though.
NAACP. Men run it. Men run it.
No,
That's my point. So what are you talking about?
I'm at them urban league meetings.
Trying to pack my nigga out.
I'm in
I
Chicago.
don't
So
have
I'm
no
at
arguments
the
for the
Rainbow
NAACP.
Coalition meetings. I'm right out here looking at Jesse like, yo, Jesse, you ain't gonna check these fat bitches. Look, everywhere I go and they say black, it's women, gays, and felons. They take care of women and their children until that boy turn 18. Then they help him get his ACT to get him out the house.
Where hood conservative at? He would bring this man over here and leave.
It is what it is.
Right.
All I'm saying is let the women, gays, and felons be black. Y'all arguing about some shit that don't apply to you, gentlemen. Come try up with me, man. I'll show y'all how to do it. And man, because that's where the production is. There is no, when people tell me that black women are
Y'all
the
go
biggest
try up
consumers,
with
so I
dirty
gotta.
folk.
When I tell people that black women are the biggest consumer, well, people tell me that. I say, man, I'm selling my goods and services. They say black women are the biggest consumers. I said, so you got to be nice to them. If you're not nice to them, you ain't gonna get no money. I'm not kissing no ass for a penny. That's 1 penny of the wealth. This 99 cents out here. Nigga, I shop at with white guys and Asians and Arabs and everything else. The reason that the Jews, because the Jews and the blacks are on the same level. They were, I said we're on the same level. In the Bumpy Johnson days, in the Meyer Lansky days, Jews and blacks were on the same socioeconomic level. During Jim Crow, we were all on the same level. The only difference is that nobody else listens to their women except black men. When everybody else was doing their thing, the Irish said we want politics. The Polish said we want construction. The Asians said, yo, we want our own little community to bring in our tradition, which is a Chinatown in every city. The Jews said, man, we want to control education, banking, and entertainment. The blacks said, yo, I want some pussy. And goddamn it, the chasing that pussy is why they can't get no peace. And at the meantime, while that's happening, y'all keep talking about the 1950s was a 96% marriage rate, and y'all said that was oppression. Marriage rates have gone down.
Nobody said that.
See, that's what I'm saying. He putting all kinds of words in our mouth. He don't even know.
Stop. You wait.
Yo, Goodbread, you on mute or so?
Goodbread, I think you mute. Yo, Goodbread on mute.
Something y'all going on, man.
Yeah, Goodbread went on mute. Look, wait. Let me say.
Because you're pushing narratives that we didn't say.
No, I'm not pushing narrative. I have numbers to this. So in every year after that, marriage rates went down 10%. In the 1970s, y'all worshiped so much, it was a bunch of dudes marrying single mothers. Y'all had the Claudines. The marriage rates have gone down 10% every decade. So right now, it's 9% marriage rate if you don't count the baby boomers. For women under the age of 55, that's a 9% marriage rate with a projection of a 2% marriage rate by 2030, plus or minus 2%. And then y'all still turning around and bragging about how y'all rejected 2 marriage proposals in your 20s, but niggas ain't shit in your 40s. Meanwhile, black men, even though it's 5 million less black men in America, it's 553,000 more married black men than black women because men want family. Y'all talk that family shit while y'all try to destroy you niggas, but men actually actively go out and find family. These are documented numbers. This ain't
okay, dirty folks.
Look how she just so
You don't want to
passive
hear
to my
nothing.
guy, yo. She try to play now, yo. She try to play like they couldn't handle the truth, bro. And then they sit there and look for any little loophole in your story. They try to wait. Now they don't care about the facts. Now they just trying to discredit anything. They looking for one little thing to try to discredit everything you say so that they don't have to face the truth. Because the truth take work.
No, too bad. That nigga was on point. No cap.
That's how you do. That's how you do that, dirty.
I'm over here calling them black bitches
Nah,
and
because
whores. I'm trying to get blocked.
Nah, Goodbread hit him with the same shit, but like what happened was, see, Goodbread know what he was talking about, but all them, see, dirty folks know all them. I don't even know all of them statistics like that. I know he do. That's why I'm like, damn, I want dirty folks on it. When he was trying to get on the panel, I was like, damn, that's what's up.
Yeah, that's all
Listen,
I said.
what dirty folks did was
He
he got
good
the
when he
ball.
talk them statistics, man. Them facts. He good when he that boy
Yeah.
good when he do that, man.
That boy
Nah,
good. That boy
Dirty's a
good.
master. He's a motherfucking Rain Man with it, man.
I told
He's
you
like
y'all
Rain
took
Man with
too
swag and
long to
shit,
get the
man.
boy to 1,000. Y'all took too long
That
to
boy,
get that boy to 1,000.
that boy play ball. He swing that bat. he
Oh
hitting home
yeah.
runs
So
over
what?
here.
But here's the
Oh, he a
thing, man.
marksman with he a marksman with the bow and arrow, man.
Here's my thing, nigga. Cause I know these bitches is the ops, nigga. I ain't looking for black love, nigga. These bitches are ops. Y'all heard my stories, nigga. I ain't talking about get no girlfriend. I'm talking about anytime you trying to do commerce, these bitches stop you. You try to work education, these bitches stop you. God damn it, you go to the Small Business Association, these bitches stop you. These bitches hate you and then turn around and say, "Why y'all don't build a community? We all black." Man, look.
Put my foot in your ass.
All right.
Stop
Play the.
playing
All
with me.
right, let's get back to the show.
Thank you, dirty folks. Yeah, we have to definitely let Ray Charles in here because he hasn't said anything. So we just gonna read. You already read the super chat?
No, I need to read them.
I can't even respond to what he said. Go ahead.
Listen. Shout out to Tampa Bong. He says black women pass up good black men until they're in their 30s. I spent 36 whole years in the US and was passed up as an educated lame. Came to China soon
because you was fat, bitch. You was fat.
to be Filipino wife made more. She paid for the dates and put me on game.
Congratulations, Tampa Bong.
That's interesting.
Filipino
that's
in China?
interesting in itself.
Oh no, that's a dude.
Very interesting.
That was a woman.
She had to put you on game.
He
and
found
she
the
had to
Philippine in
support you
China.
In a way, I think that's interesting.
Good night. Good night.
Shout out to Dante Whitaker. He says, "How are black women stopping the 17 million black men in America from getting together and building economics and institutions amongst ourselves?" Not only because not the black community, I mean among ourselves. Dante, you have a excellent point. Black women can't stop black men that want to get
Yes,
together
you
and do
can.
Yes, they do.
They have
Fuck you mean?
All they do is try to sanction niggas.
That's the thing. That's why I tell my guys, don't fuck with them. You gotta leave them alone. Oh, they can only affect you if you trying to fuck with them, bro.
Yeah, they're gonna just keep. They're gonna keep you in this hamster wheel. Like that's
what do they
that's all
give
it
you
is.
to-
You're jumping in the hamster wheel.
What do they give you to love though? I don't understand what the
facts.
What is the desire for a mother miserable ass funeral face nigga though?
Hey, nigga, motherfuckers got a fetish, man.
Yo,
These niggas
we
is
got
miserable.
Valley Gentlemen. Yo, Valley Gentlemen, what's going on, man? Salute, man. I'm Mike, man. Salute and welcome to class, man. Welcome to the panel.
Check it out though, good bread. Somebody's mic is muffling. Somebody's microphone is muffling, bro.
Let me see if that's probably
You know, it's probably T.O.
Nah,
Nigga, that's not my
somebody watching TV or something.
Let me see something
in the background.
Yo, B Gentleman, you still there? You there?
Nah, that ain't me. I think
What
that's
it do? What it do?
I think that's
y'all? What's
Professor.
happening?
What's going
Y'all
on,
can
my
hear me?
guy?
Yeah. What's happening? What it do, man?
No, I had the TV on. Damn, man, that niggas made me turn the
for
fucking game off, bro.
Just mute it.
No, my shit ain't muted.
No, mute the TV.
Oh, good idea.
Facts. Do like Sexy Leroy, man. That niggas, man, y'all better get your ass on up to the court. Do like Sexy Leroy, guys.
Right. Leave the bitch alone.
It's so funny, dude. The bitch
They
say,
can't get you. They can't get you.
The bitch agree with it.
Yo, be gentlemen, yo, you there? You there now? We got the audio right. I'm trying to get you. All right, what's going on?
my shit right. What's going on? What's going on with you?
What's going on, bro? How you feeling tonight, man? What you got for this? What you hearing so far, man? What you hearing, man?
Man, I'm hearing a lot of hatred towards the motherfucking BWs, man. What's going down?
Which BW rejected y'all niggas, man?
Which BW rejected us?
Yeah, man. Where's the animosity? Where does all this animosity coming from with the BWs, man?
Because the modern woman is preventing 80% of our guys from building. Not us so much, because we smart enough to know to leave them alone.
Hey, nah, see, that's where we getting it wrong. These modern women is even better because now polygamy is on the table. These modern women just want to have fun. We still going back with the old time on this Disney Channel shit, looking for a family with these modern women. Nah, these modern women different. They don't want no family. They just want the vibe. They just want to live in the moment. And that's
that's not raising our
like
kids.
all
That's
that
not teaching our
building.
kids
Thing is,
nothing.
but they
That's not
That's not
teaching our
teaching.
kids
No,
anything.
actually, it
while
is. What
while
is
they're
teaching your
doing that,
kids? What is teaching your kids is to be his own man. Don't rely on no woman to help you build.
But that's
As
his
a man
mom.
shouldn't.
That's not how a man look at his moms though. A man look that weakens the man. They're weakening our boys with that promiscuous life, bro.
and what they're doing is they're extracting us of our number one resource and taking it away from us, which is the child. So while they're having fun and while we want to have a traditional mind state, they still taking our kids.
But as we was all youths at one time, right? As we was youths, we never looked to no woman as no guidance. I can tell you straight up, my mother didn't raise me. She was just there in my life financially. Me and my mother, because I was out in the streets looking for masculine energy, looking at how to be a male, looking how to be a man. You get me? I was already a male, but you get me? Looking for
Yeah,
that.
we
You
get
get
you.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
As you should. The
So
mother,
basically, your
yeah, we hear
mom
you,
had
bro.
you out in the streets, bro.
No. I
You
chose
said you was out. You
Nah,
had
he
to be out in
chose
the
to
streets
go
to
out
look
there
for a
looking for
man.
masculine energy, bro.
But if your
exactly.
but
He was
your
looking for that
Exactly.
masculine
That's why
energy out
we
there in
have.
the
That's why we
streets,
have
nigga. He went
things
out there looking
like
for that there.
YMCA's, Boys and Girls Clubs. We have things,
Oh
activities.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
that's
We
why they
feel
put
you.
boys in the football activities.
Where the
Yeah, that's
father at though?
No. What
These
he's saying
fathers
is,
at home.
wait, because I don't know who doubling up. But all I heard you say, bro, was, yo, we had to find other men in the streets to replace the fact that our mothers didn't know what the fuck they was doing. Because that's what Boys and
I'm
Girls
getting that.
Clubs and
I can
sports.
I'm
also tell
deciphering
you
that as well.
any other because mother is not even a mother. If her mother her only and she has one son, she can't raise no man. And as a young boy, he should realize that he should see that as a young male. Like you can't see no guidance in
Wow.
no woman.
Well, how about to each his own, brother? Like every nigga got his own life to live, his own individual and
Well, I
experience,
don't
and
think that
like
was the
some.
conversation. I think the conversation was, why don't grown men build with grown ass black women?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think dudes, one dude said that shit perfectly though. He was like, "Nigga, we gonna get this divorce. Like y'all not want a divorce, we gone." And I felt him on that shit. You can't pick and choose when the fuck you gonna listen. These bitches got a whole show with niggas talking and they ain't listening to shit.
Right.
They just So if you can't listen, you can't follow. If you can't follow, then you an untrained toddler. What the fuck I'm gonna do with an untrained toddler?
And we as men, we got to get out of the habit of seeing our mother figures getting corrected. You know what I mean? I understand that we not used to women getting corrected, and we not allowed to correct our mothers. But when we
No, that's
see,
where we wrong at. That's where we got it wrong. You must correct your mother as the male in the
all right,
household. As the man, yeah, you must
so
correct
then
your
you,
mother. I used
so
to do
then,
that shit all the time
so then be
as a
gentlemen. Then you
young.
jump. So then how you jump on the panel with that animosity? Like
Yeah, for real.
you heard hate?
I'm thinking the
Did you
same
hear
shit.
us hate? Did you hear us hating on
He
women?
had to be joking.
I think
Oh no,
he was
yeah.
kind of. I think he was.
I was just
I think
joking.
he was being sarcastic. Yeah, he was being
Yeah, he was.
sarcastic.
No, that's why I knew he was
Yeah.
joking.
I was just being
That's why I ain't say shit. I
Yeah,
thought he was. Yeah,
because
I was waiting for the punchline on this shit.
yeah,
Like,
because the question should have been, why did these black bitches got so much animosity for black men?
Facts. When we trying to correct their ass, when we
Oh,
trying to
but
put
you
them
guys
on.
know that though. You guys know the reason for that too, because they keep
And the
messing with
thing,
the wrong men. They keep
and the
messing with
thing
the Ruby and
is,
Ray Rays in the streets, and the other
not
men get
only
blamed for it. The businessmen get
not
blamed for it.
yeah, not only can these black bitches not raise black boys, but they doing a shitty job raising black girls too. That's why these black girls end up in a strip club, being teen moms, hoeing, all kind of shit. So you know what I'm saying? And then they end up becoming single moms too and unmarried. So they're doing a terrible job all around the board.
Fathers keep sons out of the streets and daughters off stripping poles.
That's a fact. Yeah, that's T.O. That's T.O. joint sounding like he in the hospital room, motherfucking like the heartbeat, like they got the baby on the monitor and shit. Like,
have a booming passport community, so there's proof in that. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to Temple Bung, and this is a continuation. He says 2 years later we got married, and 2 years after I opened my own business. The Black community here is doing just fine.
And for the
Thank you so
record,
much for that.
she didn't support him because I know him personally because he used to live here, and she did not support him. She just showed him what he needs to do. That is an Ivy League graduate man. He can support himself.
Shout out to Tampa.
But there are many Black women who work alongside their men in relationships to foster
every day.
But they're not y'all type of women, yo. Miss Goodbread work alongside me every day, and y'all hear shit about her. She ain't on YouTube asking questions, so cut it out. Y'all trying to mix yourself in with the rare, virtuous women, but y'all rare. The realest women are rare, bro. It's over. It's over. And you don't gotta stay here on this land to find her either. She's all over. She's spread out, this motherfucker. So if you gotta go travel, go travel. Just remember, you cannot run from your own character, bro.
You can't hide from yourself.
At all. At all.
To lie to push the lady narrative.
Well, I think he just said she paid for their first date or whatever, and Danny said support.
I mean,
she just put him on game with that community. He was
Yeah, she showed him how to, because he was in the education industry. So she told him, because he's from the U.S., came to Shanghai, China, and he wasn't making as much as he should have. And then she
Yo, is it just me, or does this nigga sound like his name should be Myron? Like, what? Who is this nigga, man?
The hot sauce dude, right?
Like
I don't know. But they always refer to him like he's probably co-host. They muzzled me, bro. After I said my realest shit I ever said, they was not giving me the mic again. They was like, no.
Bro, this nigga sound real. He don't sound gay or nothing. He just sound like, bro,
congested, and he sound real.
He sounds sick.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Who was that, Professor?
What kind of ring was that?
That was how he sound. That's how he sound.
explained to him how the education industry here in Shanghai works. She never supported him. He's a graduate from Dartmouth, Ivy League guy.
Okay. So then you do have women in relationships that have done the same for their men. What's the difference?
Because every time we talk about relationship, children, or baby, the black man helps the lady's argument. I'm gonna let you finish the super chat, but please understand that. That's why I want to talk about the economics. I want to talk about the financial things black men have done to help women. When black men get on the mic and start punching you in the face about your conduct, that helps y'all argument. But here's the strongest thing that we have. Black women can say without a doubt that they know several black men that have hired them and have used their financial money to pull black women in. Black boys don't have that economically from the same demographic of our teammate. The white woman hires us more than black women do. The Indian woman. Wait. I ain't talking about a couple of 100,000 women.
No, I hear you, but I do. Well, we got to get Ray Charles in here too.
Okay, this is why this economic part keeps getting cut off, and truth brought us into this whole hyperbole conversation. Respectfully, when we get back to the economics of what black men have done for black women, we will have a better conversation. But as long as we keep talking about these babies and black women's conduct, it don't do nothing but help y'all talking point. Which I
don't disagree.
I have nothing disrespectful to say what you and Danny said, because what you guys say are correct. But the black men, they keep helping y'all with the talking points, which is why you guys keep catching them on the inconsistency. But is where we dominate.
I don't disagree with that. I think that just after doing with dirty folks, like literally 10 minutes, I feel like that was gas.
He's still on her brain.
Yep.
He's still on her brain. My nigga been off the panel. Like.
Hey, Hey, congratulations!
You remember this name.
You just got to a Section 8 housing in her brain. What?
Yo, she will definitely tell me. She gonna call me tonight.
I-
Like, yo, she gonna call me tonight. Like, yo, who was that? Because nobody had the link. That was a private link. I sent it to your Instagram, but I need him
Nah,
back.
she blamed it on Hood Servative.
Oh
No,
no,
I
she
said
only.
she blamed it on Hood Servative, bro.
He gonna be like, that was Mr. Goodbread. She gonna hit me, and I'm gonna let her know, like, yo, yeah, he always gonna cover. He always to pull up because they like that. They like real shit until you say something real, then they gonna cover you up. Like, I don't know. I might not even get invited back now because remember the last show about the marriage shit. I put them on to the Bread Squad so that they got hype. But today
Hold
they
on.
muzzled me, bro. I said that shit about the 80,000, and it was over, bro. It was over, and we know we just did the video last week. We did that video last week. We did the math, yo. Like, you could do the math, yo. Rent, medical, food stamps. Oh, come on, that shit add up. 80,000, and
Section
they
8.
choose that 80,000 and over the 56 that you annually make. They choose that. And she called me a liar, bro. That shit was crazy, son. Absolutely crazy. You can't care now. Like, when you come with facts and it's like, oh, you're a liar, I can't fuck with you. I don't want to talk to you now. Like, it's over. Like, I deal with women that be like, oh, now I'm gonna look that up. Oh, I deal, you know what I mean, that's gonna find out, like, oh, that shit sound right. That word. They ain't got no plans on being on building with you, boy. They got plans on dominating you and securing their future. That's what they do. Marriage is a money grab, bro. They just want to secure their future, bro. Remember what we talked about yesterday, man. They will totally total it all. They will totally total the whole family for their feelings. Whole time we'll sacrifice our life as men. We'll sacrifice our livelihood for the family. These bitches have sacrificed the whole fucking family for their feelings, bro.
Yep.
These bitches won't sacrifice watching Love and Hip Hop for your ass, nigga.
Gaslighting because you can't come on and literally read off from a bunch of your talking points and not give any, like, I mean, it's just like,
no, those are not just
those
talking
weren't
points, sis.
facts.
Those were facts. Those were documented facts. Everybody jumped on there with documented facts, bro. Stuff that it's lucky it's your show, because if not, we'd have pulled up the document. Like, sis, this is where I got it from. You lucky. I throw a Lilith video on and fuck your whole mind up, sis. But y'all run from the Bible. That's why I ain't bring the cheat code with me today. I was playing fair and still got shut up.
yeah, like literally there's you can't respond to that because there's so many just catchphrases that he believes in. It's like, where do you even jump in to respond? And if you jump in to respond, you're taking the conversation in a completely different direction. It was just completely apparent that he's extremely anti-black. He has a lot of disdain.
No, don't do that. It's now
Now you want to shame him.
what you're doing, you want to play by this book. You want to play by. It's nothing natural about our black women anymore, guys. Think about it. Not even how they argue, not even how they conversate. You can't get a natural movement, a natural persona, a natural nothing out of them. Everything is premeditated. It's coerced. It's choreographed. It's fake.
I should go back on that motherfucking talk shit. This bitch ain't yell my motherfucking name.
For black women. I mean, I lived in Chicago for years too, so I understand what he's dealing with. No offense, Roger, but so I get it. But at the same time, like, how do you even respond to that? Like,
how do you
respond? I was real quiet. She had to pull me in, though. I was real quiet the whole time.
No, I'm just saying, Chicago women are hell, so I get it.
Ooh, child. Shout out to JTC. He says, dang, Pearly sent her goons to infiltrate the NAACP. Child, they've been doing it for a long time.
Oh, they blamed it on Pearly.
Wow.
I wish we had Pearly numbers.
God.
I wish we had Pearly numbers, boy. They blamed it on Pearly. That's real. That's real. That's real.
All I heard was Chicago women are hell. See, everybody know, nigga. I told you got the worst silence on earth. But here's what y'all gotta understand, nigga. All these bitches gonna be like Chicago bitches if y'all leave them unchecked.
Yo, son, They got a
man.
super chat that said, "Dag, Pearly sent her goons to infiltrate NAACP." That's impactful. That's impact. That's what we do over here. Righteous Fair undefeated.
All these black bitches, they racist and victims.
And victims. They racist victims. Aggressive, racist victims.
And help. It was probably never mind. The one in Chicago, right?
That was
Never
dumb,
mind.
but okay.
But Ray Charles, what are your thoughts?
Okay. Hi everyone.
He sound like a bitch.
Welcome to the panel. Thank you for being so patient. Right? Sorry it took so long to get to you.
No problem. I was just listening carefully and taking everybody's points. So I'll just start with the question first. Full disclosure, I'm not an American, so I just have to point that out.
No shit, nigga.
But I do have a very different perspective because I don't live I live in a Western country, in a French-speaking Western country, hence my accent. But I do speak English very well, at least good enough. So I'll just say this. First, the answer to the question, are black women the reason that black men haven't acquired the power that other groups have? I will say the first answer is no. Black women are not the actual reason why black men have not acquired the power. I think the first and main thing is that black men first refuse to deal with the world exactly as it is. In what sense? I'm not saying, and this
refuse.
is not. Please don't get angry with me, the guys. This is not a diss at all because I'm much closer to the red pill perspective
likes to wear women's underwear and
men, women relationships, etc. What I'm saying is essentially that black men.
You say you wear women underwear under the men underwear? That's crazy.
Weirdo,
man. I'm waiting on him to get a point out.
He's a weirdo.
But he been watching the whole show, so he's sitting here. He know how Lilith is, boy. So he's sitting here. He's sticking his toe in the water. He's toe pedaling.
Yeah, he's trying to pander. He's trying to pander. That's why he was like, he don't want to, you know what I'm saying, ruffle the men's feathers.
Y'all low him, dog. Yo, low him. He probably nervous.
Yeah. They trying to, the bitches want me to come back on. They want some toxic Chicago dick. Like, oh, he from Chicago. I might, you know.
This nigga blind as a bat, though. He got the name Ray Charles. He blind as a bat. Let's see what he says.
That nigga not even a snake, man. He's a fucking worm.
And 100% focused on the things that make power, that constitute the I would say the essence of power. And to me, these things are essentially four main elements. One, the first one is science.
Yeah, this nigga, he ain't even got no power in his voice.
The basis for power.
Hey, y'all gotta understand. You know what we fucked up?
No civilization.
Y'all allow dudes on the panel that have really no experience.
Science.
You could tell by the way he sounds. He hasn't spoken to a woman in years.
Mumbling, stuttering.
Fact. But these are the guys they let on their panel and they let
on their panel.
Right.
They entertain because it inclines with their conclusion on, oh yeah, look at him, he's an incel, whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
Soft shoe ass harmless niggas.
Facts, and that's what they like. That's why they muzzle.
That's what they like.
That's why they muzzle the nigga like they muzzle a nigga like me, a nigga like Dirty. They gonna muzzle us.
Well, let Ray Charles come in. He can't see shit.
Hey, but peep this though. I don't know if y'all pay attention, but you got some guy contents that do the same thing. When you be speaking some facts, they muzzle you like you fucking up their agenda, what they trying to fold. You know what I mean?
That's
these
a fact.
dating coaches out here.
Over there.
Yeah, these fake dating coaches. Yeah, when you be speaking some real experienced facts, they be like, oh no, listen, let me muzzle him.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, y'all straight sisterhood. I thought we supposed to be brotherhood, joined together, but you see, everybody got their own agenda.
Yep.
And it don't make no sense. It ain't no solution. They rather the chaos.
Yeah, because they know. That's how you keep the
bring
people
money.
poor. That's how you keep the people poor.
Keep the people poor. Yeah, they ain't no man. They just like white supremacy. That's why I don't know why they speak on it. They the same thing.
Yes.
They the same thing.
Yes, that's a fact, bro. Same blueprint. That's what we talk about over here, bro. How they use the blueprint. Everybody use the same foolish blueprint. But I don't never worry about the Jewish media. I worry about the single mother, hell of a mother media. That's the media I worry about. The narratives created in that media.
That's the solution. Yup. That's the
Man, bro,
solution,
sound like the
blood.
type of nigga that Cardi B used to drug and fucking do stuff with me.
He don't even sound like he got money to be a Cardi B victim.
No, but he do sound like a little eye tech. He sound like how he said educated lame. If I mean that's how
Yeah,
they
but he
do.
don't got what it takes to get to the top. So he probably stuck somewhere, like, you know what I mean? Not living out the potential of his
You talking
education.
about when Cardi B was at the bottom? That's when he had action.
Yeah, modern women have a problem with the hybrid pookies. She have a problem with the pookies, the niggas with the pookie energy that change the laws of their mind. That's the one she have a problem with. They don't like that. You can't talk. Once you break that cycle, it's over. You know what I
But
mean? They want you to stay in a cycle.
they always had a problem with that. That's why I say about the what they call that shit, sapiosexual shit. I say, man, y'all want a nigga that's smart without no common sense. But if you find a smart nigga with common sense, then goddamn man, you wish he was a thug so you can call his parole officer. Like these bitches is just the ops, bro.
The ops.
It's the ops, bro. I
They
keep
don't
telling
want to
you.
do nothing,
They
boy.
don't mean
That's a bad
nothing, nigga.
situation.
Science, I'll say science goes into everything, every single thing. You can't have Microsoft without science, without coding and science. You can't have on all the major things that make the world go round without science. If we don't focus on science, then we have nothing, and we're just talking in circles. That's it. The second thing I would say about this is focusing on too much negotiation. What do I mean by negotiation? In the sense that that's where the black women come in the sense that we tend to over negotiate with women in general, especially with black women, and in every single sense of the word, and you can see it everywhere. You can see it on the African continent. You can see it in the Western world, including the United States. Black men are constantly trying to negotiate and discuss us with women over every single thing. Move on. It's time to move on. That's where I agree with Hot Sauce and some of the other guys I who spoke. It's time to move on. The black women are not going to renounce their power. They're not going to renounce as much as you guys want to talk about it and tell black men, oh, please fall back, this and that. It's not going to happen. So move on. Choose power, choose organization, and work with each other. The third thing I would say is
I agree with that.
relationships, but not the relationships between women and men. No, the relationships between men, and especially black men, and men from the other groups. Here's a universal thing that if you understand, if you look at if you look at the world, and the history of the world, and that's where I say over focusing, especially black men, when they over focus on black history, you miss the entire dynamics of the world, and then you don't, and that's where you're stuck in a I'd say in a loop where you can't see anything else. It's really simple. Look at all the civilizations that have dominated the world. I'll give you only two. The Mongols have dominated the world for 300 years. The Romans dominated the world for almost 1,000 years. And how did they do it? How did they do it? They did it with two things. One, with a patriarchal society, with 100% patriarchal society, no negotiations with women, and there was no concept of that at all. And two, they did it with the ability to negotiate with other groups of men. This was the two major things that brought these two groups into power. Let me give you a small example. If you look at the Romans, how did the Romans do it? One, they started off by conquering militarily. If they could not conquer somebody militarily, they would figure out a way to form an alliance with that person, and a mutually beneficial alliance with that person. And with that,
Yo, I ain't gonna hold you. He sound like A-Lux slowed down, yo. He sound like A-Lux slowed all the way the fuck down, bro. Damn, I miss A-Lux right now. But I agree with what he's saying. But guy, you got to get some flavor on it. Again, guys, I tell you what they out here doing. Kevin Samuels he done got everybody reading from this red pill playbook with all these same similar talking points. If you don't put that shit, if you don't activate that red pill, boy, you ain't really gonna know nothing. You ain't gonna learn nothing. You just gonna sound good, look good, but you ain't gonna get nowhere. You gotta activate this red pill shit now, man. You ain't gonna get knowing all the talking points. Ain't gonna get you nowhere, man.
Group of men with the other group of men, and they would do that and at least stall the war until they had enough power to conquer. We know about Cartagena and Hannibal. Hannibal is quite popular.
Brother, you talking about ancient civilizations. Can you talk about a modern civilization?
Yes, I'll talk. I'll bring it. I'll bring it. No problem.
They had to cut him off.
I knew it would be the woman. I knew it would be the woman with the least amount of patience to cut the man off and disrespect the man. Just can you talk about what I want to talk about? Because I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't know none of the facts that y'all saying anyway.
And you the one that brought him in. How you gonna get mad at him?
Right, because you're just talking and you ain't saying anything.
Wait.
I get what he's saying.
But hold on. Let him.
I'm following him.
I've said everything.
So here go the colors game now, guys, because now they're gonna cape. They would have cape for the black woman, and they sense that he's not from over here. He's not one of them. You know what I mean? So this niggas kill me, bro. Niggas just want to fight with each other. Let these hell of a sons and these prostitute women fight, bro. Stay away from them. Let them fight. Let them argue, bro. Y'all get yourself to some education, bro. Get yourself to some quality education. Don't be fucking around with these arguments with these bitter and damaged folks, bro. Fuck all that. We ain't doing that. That's wasting time, bro. That's keeping us stagnant, yo.
Okay, I'll bring it today. Okay, let me bring it to today. So that it's not too far along. Too far along. The US today. Okay, let's say I'll take two major powers today. The US and Russia today. In both of these countries are patriarchal. Both of these are dominated by white men. Both of them are dominated by white men. Both of them are competing for power, and both of them have acquired enough power to at least.
Yo, I really do be thinking, like, do niggas really think white men be sitting there like, yo, let's keep them niggas down. Let's keep them niggas down. Like how many white men do they really think, on average, they really think like that? Let's keep them niggas down. Because the white niggas I know, they ain't think about us like that. They think about how not to be poor. You know what I mean? See, we think about how not to, you know what I mean? We think about all types of shit but it's not how to be rich. You know what I mean? These motherfuckers don't think about us, y'all. They think about how not to be poor, bro. They'll glance over and watch our stupid ass and see what the fuck we doing. But niggas don't give a fuck about us, bro.
Yeah, I just want to know, man, where all these old niggas at, man, that's like experts at everything and masters of nothing.
Right.
Like this nigga, where this nigga from? England or something?
Right. Sound African.
He sound African.
Yeah, he sound African, but he didn't say African. He said he like in England or France or some shit.
Shit crazy, man. Shit
I
weird.
just don't understand what this nigga's point is. Like,
sound like a nigga that know a lot of shit about computers, but ain't got no fucking job and shit.
But the thing is, man, about all these old, I mean, I don't know where all these old overly romantic ass niggas come from, man. At first everybody was going through a phase where niggas was just talking about smashing. And now all these niggas is talking about family and relationships and shit like that. Like, nigga, if you targeting a black bitch and you at the age of 30, nigga, it's a wrap, nigga. You gonna be a stepdaddy.
Right.
I mean, ain't too many black bitches making it past 22 without a kid. So you got to work fast.
Facts.
Destroy each other or conquer each other, right? But there's one thing. They still find a way to negotiate and work together in some areas. So for black men, it's really simple.
We are not saying that women not supposed to have a voice at all, Posh. You know what we saying. Women is not supposed to be boisterous, and women is not supposed to be loudmouth. I mean, they're not supposed to be loudmouths. Where is the black olive oils? Where is the black Adrians? You know the movie Rocky, guys, right? Where are those women? Where is Popeye's wife in the black community? There are none. You know what I mean? We're not saying that they're not supposed to be saying nothing, but what are they saying? What are they saying? Think about what the
Not
women
no
are
more,
saying.
man. They gone, bro.
What are they saying nowadays? What are they saying?
They gone, bro.
They
Like,
saying the
you
shit
show
these
me,
bitches is saying on the panel.
right? You tell me something educational, something logical that the women are saying that need to be respected and honored and cherished, and I will judge. Other than Candace Owens, who is saying anything, and they hate her. They hate the boys, hate the men, hate her. The ladies, for find a reason they hate her. They treat her like the Bible. Everybody hate the truth.
You focus on power through the value that you bring to other people around the world. And second thing, you negotiate, you develop a bargaining chip for everybody to negotiate, to be forced to negotiate with you. If they don't have a bargaining chip to negotiate with you, they will push you aside or they will destroy you. It's really that simple.
Okay, I
And
want you to learn
You
something.
know,
that's it.
No. This is important. I want you to
I
learn
wanted
something.
to add something to what he has to
I want you
say
to
as
learn
well.
something quick, Ray Charles. What you said was disrespectful, and I'm going to explain.
Yeah.
I'm going to explain to you why.
Wait a minute. Did y'all hear any disrespect, guys? Am I bugging?
I didn't hear no disrespect.
Yo, DeBell, you heard disrespect?
I mean, I want to know what he's gonna point out as disrespect. What I think the
Dirty.
nigga went.
T.O., y'all heard this? Yo, where my
Man, look,
guys? Y'all,
I heard him, but I'm
I
still at a
heard
loss.
him.
they had the nigga
He all over the
apologize.
place to me, man.
They
I'm
had the
still
Yeah,
waiting
nigga
I
for the
was
point
because
he's trying to make.
I was
That's
trying
what I was listening for.
not to hear him.
They had the other nigga apologize for saying Malcolm X was a fraud, which he was, yo. Now, we judge Malcolm X on what he did prior to he went to Mecca, because that was the majority of his time, indoctrinating us. Now, when he came from Mecca and he realized, oh, hey, hold on, I'm fucking over the people, that's what he realized. So, yes, we have a right to be like, he's a fraud. Even he knew he was a fraud. Now, we can't judge him from the time he came back because it wasn't that much time before they took him out for realizing that he was an agent for them.
Right.
All right. But let's get it. Let's get it. Hold on, I dropped the link for you, Bronzeberg. Where we at right now? This shit crazy. I want to hear. I gotta hear this
Yeah, on
shit.
the part where dude, what are you
Yeah.
talking about? That was disrespectful.
Yo, it's about to get crazy. Beta wars. Beta wars. It's about to
He
be.
said
It's
beta
about to be beta
wars.
wars.
I
Okay,
agree.
we are Holocaust. Listen, Ray.
Exactly.
I'm a history major.
Look, and she jumped on
We
his
are
back.
Holocaust
She
victims.
jumped on his back. She said exactly. She said they was arguing the whole time. See how black folks
They
do? See how
they
black folks
Ursh's,
do,
man. They
boy?
Ursh's.
I can't stand these niggas, yo. I can't stand these niggas, yo.
Wanted to add something to what he has to
I want you
say
to
as
learn
well.
something quick, Ray Charles. What you said was disrespectful, and I'm going to explain.
Yeah.
I'm going to explain to you why.
Bitch, like
I
yeah.
agree.
We are Holocaust. Listen, Ray.
Exactly.
I'm a history major. We are Holocaust victims for 4 generations. Okay. After Dick Cheney left, I want you to go research this, Ray Charles.
God.
After Dick Cheney left office, this is the first time we have not had policies against us since Ronald Reagan. We have had policies specifically against us. So when you come in from another experience with your second, third language intact, with your traditions intact, and say to us how simple it is, what you may not understand, even a person like me, I have been arrested 23 times just trying to get to work. And of those 23 times, all those charges were dropped. But I lost 9 jobs because of it, based on a Bill Clinton jail expansion policy, where you in Canada would get a ticket, but I would be held in jail for 2-3 days and then released with no charges. Meanwhile, City Hall makes $175 a day. There are things that go on. Wait. Listen to your speech, and I want you to go check out the speech you just gave. You're very obtuse. You're very obtuse to how this country works. If I had my second and third languages intact, if I didn't have these Ronald Reagan policies and these Bill Clinton policies against me, I would have the same up to speech. We are learning to repair ourselves now. So many of the things that you hear some of the gentlemen say, it may be strange to you, but just like the people in Scotland, it's our lived experience.
Yo, get out of here with this extra moral bullshit, yo. Listen, if you got pulled over that many times, nigga, you need to repent, B. God trying to tell you something, bro. Fuck wrong
You
with
know what
you,
I'm
bro.
saying? I mean,
Fuck
first
wrong
of
with
all,
this nigga.
nigga, he
Yeah,
said
we
he
got
he
Bronze
got
Bird in
23 times.
All of it got dropped.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, okay, 23 times in a span of what? Like you can't get you ain't got no PTO on your job?
Right. And bro, use a
Nigga, you
motherfucking
ain't got no
lie,
sick
man.
days? What kind of job you got? Nigga just gonna fire you just because you missed the day.
And you're not in the wrong. You're not in the wrong. Like, get it out, bro.
23 times.
Pay them parking tickets, bro. Pay them parking. Why is they pulling you over that many? Stop playing with me with that
You
victim
know,
ass story.
come on, man.
Yo, what's
Oh,
good, Bronze Bird? What's going on, man?
George
Peace to the
Floyd ass
Chiefs.
nigga.
I don't know, man. He touched my soul with that, man. I've been arrested 87 times for traffic and other shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't know it though. But I know I was driving without no license, no city sticker, no tags. No. Hey, but that's not the point. The point is I got arrested 87 times.
Yeah, you know.
Yo, spoken like a true baby mother, yo. They just keep bothering me. Yo, but Bronze Bird, what's going on, Bronze Bird? Yo, my bad.
Peace to the Chiefs, man. This is an explosive panel. Been through this shit for a long time. So I told brothers, man, like stop trying to have conversations with so-called black women who don't want to understand, bro. I said my war is not with the black women, right? Because I'm not gonna lie, like there is black women that's cool, that's chill, that ain't about the bullshit. They understand and we able to converse.
Facts.
But what I said, my mission, my thing is, I get at a lot of these anti-black male black men because those are the bitches I can't stand. Because they have to be protected. They want to go ahead with this idea the black woman can do no wrong. And I'm like, that's bullshit, bro. Like, how you going to deny the shit that, black women do? Because I'm like, if you can touch on the shit that black men always do wrong, why can't we touch on the shit that black women do wrong?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? It's about, if we're going to talk about communitized shit, then my thing is I'm gonna hold both genders accountable.
Right.
That's been my whole thesis ever since I came in. I said I hold both parties accountable. So so real quick story. It's this knucklehead ass nigga that's sitting up there doing this whole entire anti-black male, black men shit. He's a dumbass because he can't come up with no goddamn information. He just want to talk about the brother that murdered 3 football players this week. And I sat there and said, what about this shit? Well, now that I'm thinking about it, what about the shit that happened in Mexico with homegirl that just died in a fight? What about those group of black women in the green suits, the green leotards or whatever the fuck, that was sitting up there robbing a white woman on the N train on 42nd Street? The fuck you talking about, bro?
Right. Or what
so
about
that's why I say that's I gotta get at them because they know better. You can't talk about accountability, but you niggas want to sit up there and make sure that black men is the blame on everything. Like fuck out of here.
I don't know, man. I got a different perspective of that, but I respect your perspective. I used to have that perspective. I'm past that now. I've elevated. Here's what I believe. I believe that everything's man's fault. Everything. I believe that in my heart, right? But here's the flip side.
Though. That's a biblical truth, though, Dirty. Not to cut you off. We fucking let the bitch eat the apple, and we ate it with her, bro.
I believe that though, bro. But here's the flip side. If it's my fault, it's my fix. If you're not accountable for it, you should not be talking, bitch. Why do you have clothes on and you talking to me in such a way? I don't understand. Like, because I'll take the blame, but now you gotta. If I'm gonna fix it, you gotta do what I tell you to do because I'm fixing it, or I need to cut you off because you are becoming part of the problem that I gotta fix. And I don't mind fixing it, but you ain't gonna bullshit me while I do it. I think that black men should just cut off black women until they could buy slaves. I'm trying to show y'all slavery still legal. Y'all want to love the hoes. I'm trying to enslave these bitches.
Yes, sir. No, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. Hell yeah.
I've been doing whole videos
man, what's
and
going
shit.
on, my guy, yo?
You know what I'm saying? I said dudes is trying to make negotiations, and I'm like, stop, bro. Like you're killing yourself. Why? What are you making negotiations for? Well, you
because
know,
they're not
because
American.
this is the thing, bro.
Yeah.
Because then they come around and then they sit up there and say, "I need you to treat me like how you treat those white men." I'm like, nigga, you crazy? You think if they in power right now, you really think that the black women you complain about gonna change for you, my nigga? That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Never.
Only select few.
Yo, Aviated, man, what's going on, my
What's
guy?
going
Join
on?
the
What's
party.
going on, man? Interesting conversation, man. I'm so happy of that shit, bro. Man, it's like surprising, man. How these chicks they get worse day by day, man.
That's
Like
crazy, right?
Day by day.
man, the accountability level is out the roof, man. It's like they're diverting. It's like they're reflecting everything you show them. Like it's like you're showing them their responsibility. They don't want to take it. They run from the responsibility. They run from accountability. They run from giving. They run from their child because most of them they don't even take time for their kids. And they just concentrate on getting
That's
their
fact.
bag and tutting it around. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
That's
and
facts.
tearing men shit down. They worry about tearing men
They're
shit down. That's
these
all they worry
women
about.
these women are not material to make a family, man. You got to know that these women they're like the new generation stripper. They you know what I'm saying. These women most of the time we already know they're sex junkies. They're not good at advancing us, like helping us do some certain shit, you know what I'm saying, helping us procreate. Even procreation, it's hard with them, you know.
That's a fact.
They procreate for the dumbest nigga nowadays.
That's a
Hey,
whole
nigga,
fact, bro.
you got to get married, bro. If you want a black girl to have your baby, you got to get married to somebody else, and so she'll have a side baby for you. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got no kids, she ain't gonna have your first kid,
God
nigga. They
damn,
got
man.
So
Like you
would
got
you
to be the
agree?
side dude.
So
A
would you
damn
agree?
shame.
So would you agree to having a main chick and a concubine?
um. Actually, man, I actually teach guys how to get concubines, bro. But I don't call them concubines because you just rebrand shit. Girls are dumb. I just call it secretary pools. But here's the thing with that, bro. Women want to be part of a concubine. Women love that shit. They want to have referral dick. They want to have a sisterhood. Think about it like this. This is how I can prove it. When guys have a guys' night out, we might deal with girls, but a lot of times we don't. We play cards, video games, we go to the club, probably to holler at girls, but we hanging out with each other whether or not we score. We sit on porches and backyards and have cookouts. Men can congregate in such a way that we can enjoy each other's company without it being sexual.
That's a fact.
Right? Anytime 3 or more women are together, they chasing dick. All that doing me, they doing dicks. All that solocation, solo for the dick. They, you know what I'm saying? Girls trips, girl dick. Look, everything they do is for dick, and they brag about it. And when they find a dick they don't want to share, all of a sudden they don't have no friends because they know the only commonality is they chase dick together.
That's why I don't understand why we stressing them. We should just use it for what it is. First date should get the slaw.
No, it's not that, man.
No. We shouldn't even need to vet them. We shouldn't even need to build with them. We should just use it for what it is.
No. Well, y'all can. Y'all can. I came in the game saying that, but not because I'm older now, right? So I want shit that men should want over the age of 30, 35, right? I want a child that looks like me that calls me daddy, but you can't get that with a black woman because you'll never get your kid. So you have to set up a system for that, right? You know what I'm saying? I had to learn arbitration law in order to trick bitches to give me custody in exchange for a couple of dollars. You know what I'm saying? God damn it. I want the ability to have consistency in my home, right? Have the same girl at the crib, be boring. You know, the shit that girls leave you for, to be boring. But you can only do that if you fuck her best friend. So now I gotta fuck her best friend every once in a while for her to stay home. And goddamn it, because she has to compete with somebody. If she's not competing with a bitch, she gonna compete with you. You know what I'm saying? So you got to make the competition for her. I ain't gonna get too much, of course, 3 away, but that's what you got to do because these
Right
motherfuckers
forward,
is
man. Dirty, man. You spitting facts like always, man.
they just fucking 4-year-olds with big titties, man. They just fucking 4-year-olds, nigga. All right, I'll show you. I'll give you a perfect example. give me a 4-year-old kid, right? You give me a 4-year-old kid, the kid get a favorite toy, right?
Yep.
Kid play with that toy every day. Bring the toy to the kitchen table when they eating. They carry the toy around, take the toy to school, take the toy to church. The toy is they homie. Let's say it's a stuffed teddy bear, just arbitrary toy, right? Teddy bear. And they take that teddy bear everywhere for 9 months. They inseparable for 9 months. Then one day, baby, just quit playing with the teddy bear. That's fine. Absolutely fine. So then another 5 or 6 months pass. You ain't seen this teddy bear. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, your friend come through. Your friend got a 4-year-old too. They go in the room to play. The friend grab the teddy bear. It's mine, my teddy bear. Now they competing for the teddy bear, and your child feel like they got ownership. So now she about to not have a friend because she can't share her toys, right? They got to compete. Then you as a parent got to go in and teach your child how to share their belongings. And when you do, then the child will willingly give the teddy bear to whoever. They'll bring you the bear, like, it's teddy bear. But you got to train your toddler to do that. Once y'all start being scared of y'all bitches and y'all train y'all bitches, they'll bring you bitches that they want to compete with because they want you to be the arbitrator. Instead, y'all love the bitch and y'all let the court be the arbitrator.
Man, it's a real fact, man. Niggas think that you need to have like you need to pair up because like let's stick to reality, man. There's more women than men, man. So there's plenty women to go on to, bro. Like what Dirty said, man, that competition shit is not, it's nature. They like competing, man. When they compete for something, they value that thing. But when they don't compete with something, they don't value it. That's how women are, bro.
But men gotta stop simping too, because men the simping is what got the women not needing to compete. They naturally want to compete. But if a man is throwing shit at them, if a man is throwing everything at them, do they really need to compete for an alpha male, for a nigga with some sense? If they can make 5 simps equal to the resources and the abundance of one man, they gonna always pick the 5 niggas, bro.
It's a thin line.
Because they children.
Between love and dick.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. My man had got a joke all the time. He say, man, you only get one mother because anybody could be the father, right?
Yeah.
That's really what Goodbread just said about 5 simps. That's like a single mama, and you the child of a single mother, and you had 2 daddies and 3 uncles. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Because in order, but what she really wants is one nigga to choke this bitch and put your foot in her ear and be like, stop, bitch. Like they for real, they really look, man. I had a girl used to try to fight with me all the time until the day I got pissed and bust her motherfucking shit, nigga, kicked her in the ribs till she started pissing blood. And all she wanted to do was fuck in the hospital in the gurney. Like, that turned me on. These bitches need to be stopped, but they want to be stopped. Like, depending on how this is how I treat women. I ask them how they would discipline their children, right? Because they all toddlers, right? If a girl says she would, she didn't beat her child, I beat her ass. If she says she would put her kid on timeout, I put her in the closet. You know what I'm saying? If she, whatever the fuck discipline she is good for her child is good for her.
That's
You know what I'm
what's
saying?
up. Guys, we're going to get on ready to wrap this on up. We rolling on 4 hours. So let's go around. Let's go around the table. Everybody just give me your spill on what's your thoughts on the actual title. Are women the reason men are women keeping men from acquiring the power that other races have? What's your answer? What's your take on that?
I'm gonna drop down soon. I think no. Black men have to be manifest their own destiny.
Facts.
I think black women of this age just have this tired, defeated mentality on men, and they've gone along with the whole entire quote unquote white supremacy type of nonsense, right? Because it's embarrassing. You'll see black women that'll post some shit like, black men deserve to die and all this other stuff, and that lets you know exactly what it's supposed to be. Black men, as long as we keep working on ourselves, because I've seen some amazing stories with black men that was like homeless, and like within 5 to 6 months they got $300,000 in their bank account and they created a company and blah blah blah. So I don't look to the woman to be anything.
Men are awesome.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
I don't look to them to be anything. They're supposed to be a helpmate. But if their thing is I come with my whole entire nonsense, you must follow it, you're gonna fall into their trap. That's why a lot of men screw up, because they're so dependent on what the woman thinks when you gotta be dependent on yourself. So men, um, not acquiring power, there's a structure we're missing. You understand? So once we get that together, we understand, we build like how we are on this panel, move forward. Fuck what the women think. You know what I'm saying? If she can be your support man and keep it real with you and help you out, that's what matters. But the man is supposed to be on his sole mission at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think. Peace.
Facts, bro. Next up, who we got, guys?
I'll go next. I know. I'll go next, bro. I'll drop off. Look, I say yes. I say yes that black women keep black men from achieving their greatness. Now, y'all already know how I feel about black, so you gotta take it with a grain of salt, because y'all put this racialist thing on it, and men in general, men are helpful by nature. Men don't want to see women distraught. You spend so much energy cleaning up they shit. That's why y'all yell rebuild the community. Men ain't job ain't to rebuild. Men job is to build from scratch, and if it's bad, tear it down. So the fact that black men try to correct our entire ethnic group without hurting the feelings of the women who causing all the bullshit. Can you imagine me trying to scoop out, like my ship sinking, and I'm trying to scoop out water with a ladle while this bitch is drilling holes in the bottom? Talking about we sinking though. I don't believe that they stop men, but we talking black men, because look at how they do it. They surround all the men with a bunch of women. Your babysitter, your pre-K, your K through 8. They sit here and they tell you all this bullshit female shit, have all these boys emotional. By the time niggas get their life right, they 28 years old doing shit they should have done at 16. They got arrested development because they listened to a goofy ass toddler and thinking they an authority figure. Like, but here's the thing. All I'm saying is this. That's my answer. All I'm saying is this, man. Eliminate, if she got clothes on, bro, she really don't need to be in your life. If she black and she got clothes on, she don't need to be in your life, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, unless you can train her. If you can't train her, you can't ordain her. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm gonna say about that. Shout out to Sir Cyrex, man. I ain't seen you in a minute, B. Oh, one last thing. Yo, I'm gonna go live in about 30, yo. So y'all come to the daycare, man. Today's Secretary Sundays, and I got a testimony for y'all.
For sure.
Salute. Thank you for coming out, Dirty. Always appreciate your support. Y'all get on over there in 30 minutes. Y'all already know how that is. Yo, T.O., you there, T.O.?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
T.O., man, send us on home, bro.
Nah, man, they ain't stopping shit, man. But they damn sure know how to get in the fucking way of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, they sabotage and they play both sides and shit like that, man. And that don't help the situation. But other than that, you know, niggas already got everything to we. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't belong on the battlefield. It's our war. You know what I'm saying? They just gotta learn how to get the fuck out the way, man, and stop distracting niggas and stop being niggas' weakness and you know what I'm saying, shit like that.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying, other than that, man, they ain't stopping shit, man. They just get in the way, man. That's all.
That's a whole fact.
That's my take on that.
Yo, Aviator, is women keeping men back from the power that other races hold? You know what I mean?
In a way, they're keeping us back. Why? They're not keeping us back physically or in the work field or anything like that. They're keeping us back because we focus too much on them. We value them too much. Back in them days, men didn't value women. Men value time before everything else, you know?
Facts.
But nowadays, we gave these females so much attention. This attention gets through their head, and they start thinking that they're more valuable than anybody else. So they don't know their limits. So what I want my men to do is focus on yourself and focus on your other fellow men to advance. Because first of all, giving women unneeded attention, giving women attention at all is not good. It's not healthy. You're slowing yourself down and you're slowing other people down, other men down. Because when you do that, You're not telling the woman to improve. You're not telling the woman to do anything. Just giving them that feel good Kool-Aid and telling her that this and that, paying attention to her is very, very, is bad on the long run, because when you paying attention to her, that attention gets to her head, you're devaluating yourself in a way in her eyes, because women love that mysterious feeling. They love that, oh, that guy, I don't know anything about him. They love the adventure. They love to learn about you along the road, not learn about you on the road or at the end of the road. They want they curious. So when you tell who you are and you tell what you are, what you do in a sense in one swoop, it's hard for them to value you, because at the end of the day, you should be valued, because men, we put the most work. We should be valued. We sacrifice. We risk our life to build buildings. We risk our life to build things. We risk our life to make everything feel comfortable. Everyone be comfortable. To have electricity. So we are the real kings. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to value our time, and it's important as a man. I'm happy, good bread. Great show like always, man. And fire it up,
That's what's
man.
up, man. That's what's up, man. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate your AVS, man. You already know, man. Much love. Yo, the
I'm
bell,
here.
man. Close this out, man.
Yo,
Is they
yeah.
stopping us? Is they stopping us, bro?
No, they ain't stopping us, man. We stopping ourselves, man, because a lot of niggas, the only way a black woman can affect you is it the niggas, or the niggas that feel like they obligated to fuck with them. So other than that, I mean, as far as the numbers is concerned, I mean, what are we supposed to be in power of? You know what I'm saying? I think we gotta battle amongst us as men, that we hate each other and we can't get along. And I don't know if 50% of that is because of black woman that teaches us to hate each other, or that placates and instigates us to hate each other. You know what I'm saying? So we need to figure that out as black men. But other than that, all this old trying to qualify for this bitch that is at the bottom of the list of all bitches, she needs to build herself up to qualify herself for a man. Now, if all these good black loving men that love black women, if all of these men are available, and these black men are black women are still treating you like shit, then
Oh damn, yo,
Yeah,
yo.
why that shit always happen?
Always do that shit with the
He should
bell, man.
always do that, man.
I'm back.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, but if there's a whole list of niggas that love black women and willing to do whatever, and get on his knee to marry her and take care of her and shit like that, if all y'all still getting treated like shit, then hey man, you might need to start looking for a different type of bitch to fuck with. You know what I'm saying? You might want to start making mixed babies and cut the black woman out altogether.
Facts, though.
Because
Facts.
I
Facts,
mean,
though. And that's
if she feel like she's winning, if she feel like she's a hot commodity, then I mean, because in my community, I don't see none of them fucking with doctors and lawyers and men of any kind of stature. They fucking with bums and felons and niggas coming out the penitentiary, niggas that they can control.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So, hey man.
My bad.
Niggas, hey man, you gotta guard your genitals, man. They say defense don't win championships, but look at the Baltimore Ravens, man. 2000 Baltimore Ravens. Hey man, put Ray Lewis in front of your genitals, man. When it comes to these
Fact.
bitches, man. You know.
That's a fact, though. Great point,
Yeah.
bro. Great fucking
Yes,
point.
indeed. World class.
Yo, man, I appreciate you, DeBell, man. You already know, man. This was a good one. This was a surprise, guys. I just got the text this morning, and she was like, "Yo, come on over to the channel. We like you. You crazy." And I'm like, all right, no problem. So that's why we here. But guys, I want y'all to know before I let OKL honorary Dean close the show. I just want you guys to keep in mind, guys, right? We gotta look to ourselves. Look within ourselves. I done told y'all this a million times, bro. You want to look up, you want to look out, and then you want to look in, guys. Up to God, bro. Stop playing this game. Stop playing their game, bro. Don't play their colors game, bro. Do not play their colors game. We know what it's about. Ultimately, this whole gender war come down to good versus evil, bro. Our black sisters are Liliths, bro. They Lilith-minded, bro. They feel that they are equal to us, so that they should be treated equal. But they only want to be treated equal when it pertains to getting ahead of us. You feel what I'm saying, guys? Keep it real with yourself. Look in within you and honestly think. Think about it. You wouldn't feel like how you feel right now to this day if you didn't associate yourself with a woman, bro. Women is the reason why we in child support. Women is the reason why we are fucked up the way we fucked up. And listen, I can use that. We can use that excuse up until the point where we leave that nest. Once we leave our mom's crib, bro, and our pop's crib, once we leave that crib, it's on us. It's on us. So women are not keeping us from getting to our creator. Women is not keeping us from going MGTOW, leaving them alone. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Women is not doing that. Can't no woman force you to fuck with her. You know what I mean? And if a woman could force you to fuck with her, then something wrong with you. At this point, guys, my last thing, I don't want to drag it out. At this point, the only dudes that's allowing themselves to get took advantage from a toxic black woman are dudes that were raised by a toxic black woman. Do you get that? Don't let that fall over your head. So if you know that you are raised by a toxic black woman, bro, and I'm telling you, these mothers are sweet little mothers, but that don't mean they not toxic. That don't mean they not passionately ignorant, and that don't mean they weren't raised off of stupidity, guys. Remember, that's the cycle. The repeating cycle is a miseducation of the generations from one generation to the next, and the information just keep going. You know what I mean? Black women has so used to playing this colors game, bro. We not gonna play this colors game over here, bro. All lives matter, bro. All lives matter, so they can keep that Black Lives Matter shit to themselves, bro. They find distractions to keep us from the truth. The truth is we need to learn how to stick together. We need to learn how to not get distracted by coochie and put our God first, bro. And that's all I'm gonna say. That's what it is. We gonna all suffer if we not putting God first, bro. Everybody gonna suffer. It don't make no sense to do 4-hour streams. It don't make no sense to do none of this shit if you're not gonna put God first, the real God first. And remember, God and religion, two different things. And the women running from it. And we know why they running from it. Because they ate that damn apple and they pressured us into eating the apple. We're not pressured. Because we were taught that they're good, women is always right, we ate the shit with them. Know what I mean? We came down and we accountable for our act. Know what I mean? Eve, which is our naive sisters, our virtuous sisters, they're accountable for their act. So they down here. They down here and they just a needle in the haystack. But then we got the Lilith, our modern black woman, Lilith, who ain't accountable for nothing. God's still looking for that woman to hold accountable. That's 80% of our black women. Stay away from her, bro. Stay away from her. I'm telling you, stay away from her. All right, guys? And that's it, yo. OKL, take us home, man.
Now we already home, man. Y'all, great show, by the way. Great show, by the way. Shout out to the chat. Salute to y'all. We appreciate y'all. Hit that like button on y'all way out. Please do so. Leave some comments. Let us know what y'all was thinking about the show. I'm going to leave a comment, and hopefully y'all go check that out, because this was another one. Yet again, another great show. Y'all skate on to OK Let's Talk About It on YouTube and hit that subscription button on my channel as well. I will be going live tonight at 10 p.m. to do another whole stage breakdown. In case y'all up, just go ahead and prepare y'all popcorn, because that's going to be a real good one. Besides that, though, man, we out of here, man.
We out of here, bro. Love you, man. Stay up.
Love you, too.
Yo, y'all check out the Brose and Broski channel tonight. That's at 8 o'clock if you're still up, man. The Broski and Brose show. It's just music over there. Red Pill music, guys.
Say less.
My son, keep my words and treasure up my commandments with you. Keep my commandments and live. Keep my teaching as the apple of your eye. Bind them on your fingers. Write them on the tablet of your heart. Say to wisdom, you are my sister. And call insight your intimate friend, to keep you from the forbidden woman, from the adulteress with her smooth words. For at the window of my house I have looked out through my lattice, and I have seen among the simple. I have perceived among the youths a young man lacking sense, passing along the street near her corner, taking the road to her house in the twilight and the evening, at the time of night and darkness. And behold, the woman meets him, dressed as a prostitute, wily of heart. She is loud and wayward. Her feet do not stay at home. Now in the street, now in the market, and at every corner she lies in wait. She seizes him and kisses him, and with bold face she says to him, I had to offer sacrifices, and today I have paid my vows. So now I have come out to meet you, to seek you eagerly, and I have found you. I have spread my couch with coverings, colored linens from Egyptian linen. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Come, let us take our fill of love till morning. Let us delight ourselves with love. For my husband is not at home. He is gone on a long journey. He took a bag of money with him. At full moon he will come home. With much seductive speech, she persuades him. With her smooth talk, she compels him. All at once he follows her, as an ox goes to the slaughter, or as a stag is caught fast till an arrow pierces its liver, as a bird rushes into a snare. He does not know that it will cost him his life. And now, O sons, listen to me, and be attentive to the words of my mouth. Let not your heart turn aside to her ways. Do not stray into her paths, for many a victim has she laid low, and all her slain are a mighty